Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Time to get this race day underway. We're going to make that call. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. You all know the program. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. That's once again, Street to 3 and 4, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. This, of course, means that Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsmen, you are now on standby. Once again, we have made the call for all juniors to the lanes for your first of 2 qualifiers. That is Junior Street. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. You're running now. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. Sportsmen, you remain on standby. Here we go. First pass of this doubleheader Sunday and a Wally race qualifying. David and James go up against one another. Nice blue GMC pickup over here, TCS side. James's Nissan over there on the right-hand side. Both races away on green lights. Lordco Lang going to get there first. James goes 10.08 with a 5, 68 miles an hour. David goes 10.52 at 67. Bring him defending champion Tyler in the Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500. Facing off against the Dodge Dart over on the Lordco side. Tyler has gone 2 for 2 this season so far. Currently going off of back-to-back wins. One of them, of course, at Door Wars 12. Racing for a Wally today. Both drivers on red light starts. Red lights, not such a big deal in qualifying, though. Tyler only on the red by 2 thou. Lordco Lane gets there first. 10-17, 74 miles an hour. Tyler goes 10.96 at 64. That brings up Jacob for the Stilby Construction 2022 Pontiac AT4. He's going up against another Chevy pickup over there on the Lordco side. Lordco Lane, 909, 77 miles an hour on the dot. Jacob goes 1092 at 64 miles an hour. Bring up Sophia with the 1994 pickup, it appears to be. Josephine going up at the Zapstrap Racing Chevrolet. So Sophia's Ford F-250 running down track. That diesel pickup spewing out that black diesel smoke, as it so often does. With that top-end torque, though, gets there first. 957, 83 miles an hour. Josephine goes 1065 at 68 miles an hour. Bring up Dallas with his Honda Civic going up against Jenna for Peden Industries and Winter Harbor Marina and RV, and Nana with the 2000 Chevy Tahoe. Jenna gets there first. 1069 with an 8, 66 miles an hour. Dallas takes the Snorcam Canada Honda Civic to an 1170 with a 6, 63 miles an hour. That wraps up first round of Peden Industries Junior Street Qualifying. We get set to roll to Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them on up. Lanes 3 and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. First call to lanes 3 and 4. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. That's Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. So Jack comes up first for the Global Containers Creative Junior Dragster. Cadence also running a creative dragster for Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Customs, Color Compass, Milron Truck Body, Titanium Auto Group, Dave and Trudy, and Elite Belts. Cadence goes double 06 on the tree. That's an impressive reaction time that could put her easily into the #1 qualifying spot. Follows it up by going 888 at 73 miles an hour. Jack goes 1422 at 42. Bring up Nate for Global Containers in the Mike Boss Dragster, going up against Emily in her Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer Machine, local admission for White Lightning Racing. Well, Nate trying to chase #1, goes 008 on the tree. So with an 0.08 of a second reaction time, Nate puts down the #2 qualifier. Hunter will be going up next against Dallas. Emily went 9:05, 71 miles an hour. Hunter T for JBS Equipment. The next one up in Junior Thunder, he goes against Dallas for TKO Hot Rods, Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions in his Martin Dragster. Dallas pre-stages first on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Hunter T follows in right behind. We're off. Hunter T gets there first, goes 887, 74 miles an hour, while Dallas goes 1391 at an even 45. Bring up Ashton. Bring up Owen. Ashton racing for the TK Performance Camp and Lordco Auto Parts. Racing against Owen for Home Masters Team and Badass Garage. Once again, Lordco lane pre-stages first with Ashton. Owen looking to roll right in. Ashton fully staged. Owen fully staged. Separated by 6 thou on the tree. 079 to an 073. Ashton out in front gets there first. He goes 1185, 54 miles an hour. Owen 1433 at 44. Adam brings up the Lordco Auto Parts machine, your 2022 champion, still racing under the TK Performance colors, racing against Alex for Global Containers and his Mike Boss dragster. Alex gets in there first. Adam gets to the top end with an 896, 55 miles an hour. Alex goes 1202 at 53. Bring up Bentley. His half-scale dragster represented by Bubba Speed Shop, Peter Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Heatwave. Going up against April, racing for JBS Equipment. Both races away by 28 thou. April gets there first. Goes 878, 74 miles an hour. Bentley goes 886 at 69. Next up, Wesley for Fountain Tire and Lordco Auto Parts and his Martin Dragster. He goes up against Hunter G. A lot of representation on Hunter's car. Racing under the colors of BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Milron Truck Body, SN Racing, Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing. Hunter turns on the red light by 12 thou. Goes out the back door, 895, 72 miles an hour. Wesley goes 1190 with a 3 at 53. Abby takes the White Lightning Racing machine out of Michigan, going up against Adeline for Performance World, Alder Auto, and KLJ Holdings for the half-scale dragster. For both runners, Adeline gets away first and gets there first as well. 8:95, 71 miles an hour. Adeline goes to 12:91 at 49. So we move to Peanut Industries Junior Lightning. Isabella up first. Wanted to give special thanks to De Silva Auto World, Kenko, and Quality Manufactured Homes. Going up against Nick for JBS Equipment. Isabella takes the De Silva Auto World, Kenko Petroleum, and Quality Manufactured Homes Junior Dragster to an 8:07, 83 miles an hour. Nick goes 7:93 at 81. Now Lexi bringing up the Hobo Racing, Bow Tie Ventures Junior Dragster. Both these drivers out of Langley. She's going up against Jackson. Wanted to thank JBS Equipment and Grandpa for getting him down track. Lexi goes 8:15, 79 miles an hour. Jackson, 8:58 at 76. That'll bring up McKenna for JBS Equipment. She races against Connor. Connor represented by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion, Thailand, and Lordco Auto Parts in his 2014 Mike Boss Dragster. Connor pre-stages his car first. McKenna bumps in just a little ways behind. Now both racers moving forward by another 6 inches. And both racers away on the green. McKenna, 7:93, 81 miles an hour. Connor, 7:92 at 82. McKenna getting a bit of a hole shot there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Bubba Speed Shop. Come on up. Lanes 1, 2. Overflow into 3 and 4. Stand by for Vancouver Car Wrap. Sorry, for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. So Lincoln staging out the Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment Huddleston dragster Joshua racing under the colors of Midnight, Paint and Body, Lordco Auto Parts, Crystal Glass, and Indigenous Travel. Joshua gets their second. Lincoln gets their first. 791 with an 82 miles an hour. Joshua, 798 at 79. That looks like that'll do it for Repeated Industries Junior Lightning and for all of your junior classes. Next up, it's Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. So coming into this race, it's sportsman Nick Douglas continues to hold the points lead by 11 points ahead of Grant Gordon. Ann Copeland brings up third. Sylvia Hookston still runs in fourth, but over 60 points out. And Eric Hansen rounds out the top five with 185 to Nick Douglas's 251. So far, 27 cars have recorded points in the category out of the 62 that have attempted. Grant Gordon first up with the four-cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart, raced against Steve Baskerville in his 2016 Volkswagen Golf. Grant Gordon turns on the red light by 15th out, knocking him out of though in qualifying. Out the back door, 12-10 with a 9, 109 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville goes 12.94 at 117. Bring up Dave and Ann Copeland. Copeland once again entering this race third in the point standings with 219 points, 32 behind points leader Nick Douglas and defending champion Nick Douglas. Copeland, 001, but it's red. And Copeland goes 15.73, 90 miles an hour. Dave Copeland goes 16.65 at 85. So we're going to be down for a moment. There's a bit of smoke up at the top end of the racetrack. Safety crews just going out, taking a look, making sure everything is in tip-top shape. Should get back to racing shortly. So it looks like Steve Baskerville, the car that they are currently assisting up at the top end of the racetrack. Just going to be towing that car off. No significant problems to worry about. Quite a bit of that smoke coming out of the exhaust, but again, no problems at the top end. They are just going to be towing it off. Steve doing a good job pulling that car off to the side and making sure that he doesn't leave any sort of mess out on the racing line. So you saw the safety crews pushing Steve Baskerville's car out from the wall and more towards the other side of the racetrack to get it off of the racetrack. Standing by in the TCS lane in the water box, Randy Hermsen for the Magnet, running that old school Oldsmobile. Rob Monroe Jr. will be the one that Hermsen faces off against in this round. Hermsen has not been out too much this year. We're used to seeing Randy Hermsen making frequent appearances in both Vancouver Car Rep Sportsman and Old Car Center Hot Rod, but we have not seen him out this year yet. Looking to make a splash here in the middle of July. Safety crews clear the racetrack at the top end. Cars fire up. We are ready to get this show back on the road. So Randy and the Magnet Hermsen takes the Behemoth up to the line. Both racers pre-staged. Hermsen out in front. And the Winged Behemoth goes 13.59, 103 miles an hour. Rob Monroe Jr., 14.18 at 96. We'll bring up Brandon Piscasek, running that 1990 Mustang out of Burnaby. He's facing off against Archie Limpright in the Ebony Monty. Dead even at the 8th and at the quarter by 500ths. Piscasek gets there first. 13.27, 101 miles an hour. Limpright, 13.29 at 101. We bring up Roland Lowen. In his 1955 Meteor for Lordco Auto Parts, Lowen took his first big win at Mission Raceway Park earlier this year. Looking to see if he can go for number 2 this afternoon. Lordco Lane gets there first, 12 seconds with the 9, 113 miles an hour. Roland Lowen goes 12.87 with the 4 at 101. Next up, Sylvia Hoogstens, 1966 Ford Mustang, facing off against Rob Getz in the 1994 Mustang. Oh, that didn't sound healthy. Rob Getz off the throttle at the 8th mile mark. Sylvia Hoogstens goes 12.69, 104 miles an hour. Sounded like Rob's truck didn't want to shift too much, so that F-250 moseying its way to the quarter mile mark. So it's Veronica Hodgson's Dart on the line, but it is not Hodgson driving that car. Richard Love is running the 1989 S10 for Reflections, Ghost House, and SS Motorsports on the Lordco side. .1204, 108 miles an hour. Richard Love goes 12.30 with a 4, 110 miles an hour. Next up, Eric Brittain, 1979 Fairmont, making the trip out from Mount Vernon in Washington, racing against Haley Christensen, coming out from the west area of Surrey, in the 1967 C10 pickup. That's an old school pickup right there. Haley Christensen, 14.36, 92 miles an hour. Brittain, an even 1957 at 68 miles an hour. Joel Smith brings up the Zap Strap Racing Chevelle, facing off against the Mustang over on the far lane. So Smith goes 1165, 113 miles an hour. Art Kirby coming up in the Lordco lane. Making the trip out from Granite Falls in his 1965 Ford Falcon. He's going up against Kevin McCulley for BDL Automotive in the old school Cutlass. Kevin McCulley running with some new sponsorship on the car in the Cutlass, and he's immediately going to fire in the #1 qualifier with a double 0-2 reaction time, making BDL Automotive proud right out of the gate. 1175, 113 miles an hour. Art Kirby, 1184 at 115. That'll bring up Eric Hansen. Wanted to thank Broadway for his machine this afternoon in the Dart. He's going up against Nick Douglas, your defending Sportsman Track champion and current points leader in 2024 in the Super B Charger. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Come on up, lanes 3 and 4. Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles. You are on standby. We got an old Bel Air coming up over here at TCS side. Don't see those too often in the sportsman category. This one going up against Ryan Ladre for the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. Ladre, 1147 with the 6, 116 miles an hour. The Bel Air goes 1220 with a 1 at 107. Next up, bring it up, it's Bill Wells for the TNT Auto Malibu. He's been racing for the last 55 years. He has raced at every track along the West Coast. Still into his 80s and still looking to go fast. He faces against Andrew Valley with the 1965 Buick Skylar. 455 cubic inches of Buick motor under the hood in the Lordco lane. Oh boy, trip zip with an 8, but it's red for Bill Wells. So close to the #1 qualifier. 1172, 111 miles an hour. Andrew Valley goes 1426 at 80 miles an hour. That'll bring up one more Camaro ZL1, and I believe this should wrap up qualifying for round 1 of Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. So the Z1 gets fully staged and he's off and away. Not too much to write home about the reaction time. Needing to do a little bit better on the tree if he wants to have a good shot in eliminations later this afternoon. Goes 12:41, 115 miles an hour. Start line crews going out onto the track. They're looking to get this track prepped up once again right at the hitch for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. So while they are down and doing that, let's take you on a run through your current Pro Bracket point standings entering today. Chris Stone leads the way over runner-up John Tabak right now. 33 points separate the two of them. Stone with 295, Tabak with 262. Another 32 points back, you've got Bob Ehlers, followed by Craig Johnson, only 1 point behind in a fierce battle with Ehlers for that number 3 spot at the moment. And then it is a dead tie for 5th place right now with Dustin Hunter and Lorenz Schwartz both holding 208 points. Mal Patterson, Ross Walker, Nick Douglas, Andy Klosky round out the top 10 with over about 150 points separating Stone from Klosky. Right now, though, it's all eyes on Chris Stone. He's not had too much of a good streak lately, so we're seeing if he can keep that momentum alive to keep his hopes on taking the Pro Championship in this one. John Tabak looking to see if he can chase him down in number 2. Bobby Ehlers, first one up, your number 3 points runner. Going up against Ralph Ehlers. So the Chev Stang Mustang going up against the Junkyard Dog, pair of Fox buddies. Bobby Ehlers has run that car in Limited Street before, and last year Smokefire Thunder had one heck of a wheels-up launch. Not so lively this time around, but while he might have a whole shot, Ralph Ehlers showing that Junkyard Dog still has some top-end speed. Not going to get there, though. Bobby Ehlers goes 10:32, 129 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 10:79 at 124. Walter Johnson, next one up in his 1972 Chevelle. He faces off against Mike Render for Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Fort Tins Lordco Auto Parts, and AFD. Not dialed in, but running a 1985 S10. Looking to dial in that truck. Now I'll pretend that I was meant to say that the whole time. .001 red for Render on the tree. Walter Johnson trying to chase, not going to get there. Render goes 10:78, 122 miles an hour. Walter Johnson, 11:22 at 118. Shaggy Bel Air, driven by Dennis Winton, brings it up over here at TCS side. Got another dart in the Lordco side. Right side gets there first. 1225 with a 2. Sorry, 122 miles an hour. 1076 was the time. 1172 at 112 for Dennis Winton. Next up, it's Mal Patterson, the Malfunction, Albion, Thailand, Acadian, going up against Dylan Scott in the Baja North Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle. Patterson, 10.06 with a 7, 132 miles an hour. Dylan Scott goes 10.21 at 128. Bring it up for James Dobson, the Dead Man's Racing, Ron's Engine Machine Camaro going up against Lorenz Schwartz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop in his 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo. Dobson goes 10.55 with the 0, 126 miles an hour. Schwartz was 10.2 at 131. John Barrichello down track. The Ron's Engine Machine. Dodge taking home after Ross Walker's Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Not going to get there. Walker to the #1 qualifying spot with the 009. Goes 10.15 with a 9. 130 miles an hour. John Barrichello goes 11.33 at 116. Next up, Dustin Hunter and Rob Monroe Sr. Ford Falcon versus White Knuckle Racing Model A. Well, the Ford may be Falcon fast, but Monroe's got some good charge as well. 9.03, 124 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter goes 9.21 at 145. Next up, we're bringing up Cassie Tippy in the 1965 Nova Wagon going up against your points runner-up right now, John DeBack for the Rat Torch Systems Cold Front 1989 Chevy S10. John DeBack to the #2 qualifier, 009, 10.59, 126 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy goes 11.55 with the 5 at 116. Bring up Veronica Hodgson, your 2017 track champion, 2019 king of the track. Takes the Dodge Dart to go up against Dave Jung for the Lordco Auto Parts 1996 Chevy Camaro. Wheels up high for Jung, slams them back down. As Jung looks to run that one out the back door. 11 seconds dead on with the 2, 120 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson goes 11.95 at $1.09. Next up, the driver battling Bobby Ehlers for third of the point standings. Craig Johnson for BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust going up in the Malibu Wagon against Robert Gillick in the Challenger. 2 cars away. Craig Johnson, 10:56, 122 miles an hour. Robert Chilla goes 10:75 at a $1.28. That brings up Nick Douglas. Looking set to see what he can do. Nick Douglas enters this race 9th in the point standings. And he goes to the number 1 qualifying spot. 001 with a 2 on the tree for the Super B Charger. Cade Shirk with the top end charge, 1098, 119 miles an hour. Nick Douglas goes 1237 at 110. Art Kirby next up in that 1965 Ford Falcon, facing off against Javon Brar with a 1979 Chevy Camaro Z28. Beautiful cars, the Z28. It's a personal favorite muscle car of mine from the 70s period. Well, Brar needing to work a little bit on the starting line if he wants to get a better reaction time in than that. He's going to go to the top end, goes 1088 with the 6, 120 miles an hour. Art Kirby, 1186 with the 7 at about 14. That takes up Andy Klosky, trying to battle his way into the top 10 of the points this afternoon with his Chevrolet. The strip teaser going up against Riley Ledre. Ledre back for more action in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket for the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. Klosky goes to 981, 132 miles an hour. Ledre 1149 at about 15. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need you to lane 1. Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles, come on up to lane 1. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you are on standby. Alan Bertoldi brings up the 2000 Dodge. He races against Grant Gordon for the Four Cycle Customs Incorporated pickup truck. He was running the Dodge Dart for round 1 of qualifying at Sportsman earlier today, but there's been some sort of problem with that Dart, so he is going to be finding himself in the pickup. It's always good to have a fallback plan. It's never a bad move. Bertoldi goes 1198, 113 miles an hour. Gordon goes 1439 to 94. So on that last pass, the TCS lane goes 1238, 115 miles an hour. The right lane goes 1079 at a $1.19. Start line cruise. Once again, taking a quick look around the racetrack before we send the next couple of cars down. Attention all competitors, attention all competitors. Just want to give a friendly reminder once again about air conditioning. We understand, very hot out. I am personally very sympathetic. I don't do well in the heat. I don't blame you. But we do request that you turn the AC off before you make your runs to the starting line. It does get water on the racetrack, and well, as all you racers know, as we've seen plenty of times this year, water means we can't race, so we don't want that. Well, it's not a true race weekend if we don't see the Willowbrook Chrysler Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart going up against the Radford Systems Bucky's Mini Excavating Titanium Motley Group Wheel Standing Barracuda, Curtis Stone, and Jim Benke. A fairy tale as old as time itself at Mission Raceway Park. Trying to race against each other as soon as possible. Usually pretty evenly matched. We'll see who wins this grudge match. Looking like it'll be Chris Stone, though he's already ahead of the 8th and looking to stay ahead of the quarter. 978, 134 miles an hour. Jim Benke goes 10-10 with a 2 at $1.31. Now here's a sight you don't see every day. We got a Nissan GTR coming out to party with us here this afternoon, and that thing has been modified as well. So I'm expecting quite a bit of speed out of this Nissan. Hopefully, I've been wrong before. But this car definitely making a first appearance in competition here at Mission Raceway Park at the Titanium Strip. The Nissan gets pre-stage, receiving a little bit of help from the starter. Well, not the best reaction time, but he's got another qualifier to get that thing nailed down. 1177 with a 7 at 117. Expected a little bit more, but not horrible. Again, still room for improvement on both ends of the racetrack. That wraps up a Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. We get set to roll into Radtorque Systems Super Pro. Colton Morin brings up that brand new dragster racing against Justin Bond in his Pontiac. Colton Morin took a very unusual stance at Door Wars 12. He did not use crosstalk like so many dragsters do, preferred to foot brake that car, falling back on what was more familiar for him. Was talking to him about that. He said he might be looking to use crosstalk in the future. He just has to get a handle on how it works. So that's what he's going to be looking to do throughout the next while. But for now, still relying on foot braking, it appears, in the dragster. Ran his first race with that at Door Wars 12. Well, Justin Bond throwing down the gauntlet early, goes 002 on the tree for the #1 spot. That's a tough benchmark to beat as well. Bond goes 776, 176 miles an hour. Colton Morton, 805 at $1.62 for the dragster. And here's another one very familiar to Junior Lightning fans, Emma Debris Coos. Bringing up a 1988 dragster for B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, and Straight Line Race Cars. Going up against Mike Robinson for JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports in the Roadster. And the dragster going to lose some life on the line, so not a pass to remember for the dragster. She's going to take a slow roll down the racetrack. Mike Robinson goes 9:17 at about 42 in the rows at the top end. Puts down the number 2 qualifying time with a 008. Kevin McNichol, the next one up for the Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, and Jim Banker Racing, your 2023 Super Pro champion in the 67 Nova. 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy motor under the hood. Down track to the quarter. Right lane gets there first by 1 thou. 10:06. 131 miles an hour. Kevin McNichol. 10:09 with a 3 at about 33. Next up, Jason Gibson takes his 1991 Mustang Fox body to face off against Martin Rochelle in the 1978 Super Street Malibu. No throttle stop and play for Rochelle this time around. Gibson goes 003 right on the tree. Gibson follows up with a 981, 139 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle goes 1014 with an 8 at 126. John Jenkins brings up the West Coast Building Restorations Bubba Speed Shop and Annie Hatton 1988 Chevy S10. He races Scott Robinson for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and AFD Petroleum for the 1994 Beretta. Scott Robinson, a frequent runner in Canada West Door Slammer competition, making the trip over to Super Pro for the Wally race this afternoon. Robinson out the back door, 767, $178, your quick time of the afternoon. John Jenkins goes 1071 at 122. Currently, Kevin McNichol leads the way in your Super Pro standings in 2024, and he has dominated the category as well. He is over 60 points clear of Lorenz Schwartz in second. Craig Johnson not too far off of Lorenz Schwartz, 12 points back in third. Jason Gibson brings it up in fourth, about 21 points out, and then Mike Robinson 10 points out from Gibson to round out the top 5. So over 100 point spread from first to fifth. To say that McNichol is going for the repeat, bit of an understatement on that one. Jeremy Soares takes the Soares Transportation Camera, drags to the race Andy Hatton for the Grinch. The Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Thames Rivet and Velocity Chemicals, door slammer, trying to chase after Soares. The dragster, not going to happen. Jeremy Soares goes 7:43, 180 miles an hour. Your new quick time of the afternoon. Andy Hatton goes 8:41 with the 7 at about 58. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Juniors, you are on standby. Derek Shirk bringing up the Titanium Auto Group machine, going up against Warren Jacobson's Chevy 2. Jacobson engaging the throttle stop, 009 red on the trade, trying to hit a 1090 Super Street Index. Derek Shirk goes 861 at 157 miles an hour. Jacobson, 1103 with a 7 at $134. Next up, it's John Tabak. The Radtorque Systems S10, he goes up against Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova. Christensen down track, 859 with a 9, 157 miles an hour. John Tabak, 1055 with a 3 at 126. Emily Gerard bagging her undercover dragster for Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical out from her burnout. Lorenz Schwartz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop once again brings out the Monte Carlo. Lorenz Schwartz, your winner of the 2022 King of the Track run. Gerard goes 759, 177 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz goes 1016 at 132. That'll bring up Craig Johnson with the bye run. BC Scale, Johnson's Customs Exhaust takes that Malibu wagon to the starting line. Johnson was the runner-up in Super Pro last year. And that is not ideal, putting it mildly. Craig Johnson launched, the car dies, and it pulls over, makes a quick stop before 330 feet. So start line crew is going to go out, take a little look, see what's what. All right, they're going to let the car drive itself off to the top end. He is not leaking anything, so still not sure what was happening. You saw Johnson's pit crew kind of around the car, taking a quick look and diagnosing the issue themselves. The good news is the car is drivable. We'll see if that's a fixable issue by the time we get around to round 2 of qualifying or for eliminations. So that should wrap up Radtorque Systems Super Pro. We're going to be looking to roll into Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles for round 1 and 2 of qualifying. So before we roll to motorcycle qualifying, we got one test that we're going to make. Tom Katnick bringing up his door slammer Camaro. Powering through a little bit of tire spin and tire shake right out of the hitch. He's still going to make a run down the racetrack. 7:17 breaks the 200-mile-an-hour barrier, goes 2:05 to the quarter mile. Good run, all things considered. Room for more underneath that Camaro, given the slight problems he had right off the hitch. Some people say 2 wheels are better than 4. Well, those people are the ones that are looking to qualify right now. Anna Donaldson brings up the 2007 Yamaha. In ET Motorcycle, Tom Turan has been in complete control of this championship. He has been the only one that has turned up regularly to every single race so far this season. He has 267 points to his name. George Hogg runs number 2. He's the only other one that's made more than 2 starts this season. Bill McDonald, Al Lamont, and Daryl Storzak also with points on the board. Anna Donaldson making her first pass of the season at Mission Raceway Park. 11:55 out 124 miles an hour. Bring up Bill McDonald and Al Lamont. The Wild Racing Kawasaki going up against the Thrifty's Machine Shop ZRX. Al Lamont's been doing quite a bit of racing down stateside, and he's been looking to get that bike fully tuned up and ready to come back up to Mission Raceway. Al Lamont, relatively local to the Abbotsford area. Bill McDonald making the trip out from DeRoche. McDonald's is fully staged. We're waiting on Oman to bump himself in. To the quarter, Oman, 8:97, 144 miles an hour. McDonald with the number 1 qualifying time of 0:05, goes 9:37 at $1:39. That brings up Bill Aiken, also making his first start this afternoon in the 1977 Kawasaki. Spots of burnout. He goes up against Daryl Storzak, running that 1988 Suzuki under Leak Pro colors, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair. Daryl Storzuk off and away. As problems settle in for Bill Aitken. Jumped the gun on the tree, looking to do a bit better this time around. Goes 862, 149 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test cars, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, come on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street will bring you up to lanes 3 and 4. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. You know the drill, Pete and Industries Juniors. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 3 and 4. Jody Brickwood, next one up for the Brickwood Renovations Kawasaki. A 1,428cc engine under that bike. Well, Brickwood's bike doesn't appear to be running all that smooth, and again, jumped the gun of the tree by a huge margin. 10:02, 132 miles an hour. That brings up Tom Turan and Corey Craig. Turan running the Kraken under the Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs colors for his 2017 GSXR. Corey Craig taking up the Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Hayabusa. Back to party. Both bikes firing down track like a pair of angry hornets. Corey Craig lifting out early. Only goes 10:36 at 79. Tom Turan, 883 at a $155. That takes us to Old Car Center Hot Rod. Rolling low and leads the way in the championship, but not by much. Matt Warner only 1 point behind, chasing the top step. Jerry Brabander brings it up in third. 22 points back from him is Dustin Hunter in fourth. And another 21 back, you got Rob Monroe Jr., Chris Stone, Jim Benke, Sylvia Hookstons, Rob Hodgson, Rob Monroe Sr. round out the top 10. Tight battle, though, for Hot Rod. Definitely the closest one we have at the track by far. First pair up, Randy Hermsen in that 1958 winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. 2 tons of fun is what I have written on my notes here. Jamie Wellwood brings up the TNT Auto Parts Bantam Altered. The Altered away, Hermsen with a bit of a sluggish launch. The Altered down track and lifting. 797 with the 6, 167 miles an hour. Good pass for Jamie Wellwood. Randy Hermsen goes 1374 at a $102. Wellwood with the benchmark reaction time at 0:14 light. Rob Monroe Jr., the next one up, going up against his dad, Winter Harbor Machine, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and SD Performances, Acadian, going up against the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Monroe, down, track, red light, goes 890 with a 149 miles an hour. Monroe Jr., 1061 at about 25. Next one up, Matt Warner. 1 point behind Roland Lowen in the point standings. The Linden Service Center Mercury racing Terry Hookstons' Chevrolet. Still not getting those signature wheels up launches, but we have your new number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Matt Warner goes to 002, Terry Hookstons at 007. Taking out Jamie Wellwood's is 014 to kick off qualifying. So number 1, number 2 went down track. Here's the points leader, Roland Lowen. Lordco Auto Parts Meteor going up against Rob Hodgson's Dodge Dart. Hodgson going to get down track first, 1067, 123 miles an hour, rolling low and goes 1293 with a 9 at 100 miles, almost dead on. Bring up Lauren Dufour, saw him out for the first time all season for 8th Mile Racing and National Time Non-Electronics at Door Wars 12. He takes the Do4U Auto Shop Done Right Performance Altered to go up against Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air. Now we get to see what this car can do at the quarter. Dufour went out in round 1 of eliminations at Door Wars 12. He was hoping to go a little bit further in Old Car Center Hot Rod this afternoon. .815 with a 561 miles an hour for Lauren Dufour. Dennis Windy goes 1168 at 113. John Barrichello brings up the Ron's Engine and Machinery 1967 Dodge Dart. He'll race Sylvia Hoogstens in the Mustang. John Barrichello goes 1132 at 116 miles an hour. Sylvia Hoogstens 1273 at 104. Roy Roman takes up the Roman Metalworks Trick or Treat Rambler going up against Glenn Fillingham's AMX from 1968 out of Coquitlam. Roman 001 on the tree. New #1 qualifier. Besting Matt Warner. He goes 11:49 with a 717 miles an hour. Glenn Fillingham 12:19 at 111. Next up, Jim Benke, the Rat Torque Systems, Bucky Mini Excavating, and Titanium Auto Group. Plymouth Barracuda goes up against Chris Stone, the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart. I mean, let's ask ourselves, are any of us really surprised to see this matchup? I'm not at this point. Oh boy, Trip Zip 8 red. That's been happening a lot today. The Trip Zip with an 8, but it goes red. I think this is about the third, fourth time that's happened in round 1 of qualifying. Chris Stone, 979, 134 miles an hour. Jim Benke goes 1007 with an 8, 132. Bring up Greg Dawson. Running the Bel Air, going up against Jerry Brabander, your 2022 California Hot Rod Champion, bringing up the Chevy 2. Greg Dawson goes 12:03, 110 miles an hour. Jay Brabanda goes 10:62 at a buck 23. Keith Winterbottom's up next, racing John Sayer in his Plymouth. Oh boy, that was not a healthy launch for Keith Winterbottom at all, but he's got the throttle in it now. Down track, 9:32, 145 miles an hour. John Sayer, 11:79 at 112. That's it then. First round of qualifying for all classes in the books. Round 2 coming up shortly. And when I said shortly, I meant shortly. Here comes Junior Street. Dallas brings up the overtime repair Snorcom Canada Honda Civic, your 2023 Junior Street Race of Champions winner. Going up against Josephine for Zapstrap Racing in the Chevy. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, standby call.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Sportsman, can you go to lanes 3 and 4, please? Sportsman in lanes 3 and 4. And pro cars, you are on standby.
Rolling back into Junior Thunder, Hunter G brings out the BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Cody's Millron Truck Body, SN Racing, Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing Junior Dragster. He faces off against Cadence and the Creative Dragster for Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Customs, Color Compass, Millron Truck Body, Titanium Mod Group, Dave and Trudy, and Elite Belts. Second and final round of qualifying underway before we get set up for eliminations in the afternoon. Hunter goes 8.99 with an 8.73 miles an hour. Cadence was 8.95 with a 3 at 73 miles an hour as well. Adeline brings out the Performance World Eldorado KLJ Holdings half-scale dragster going up against Nate for Global Containers and Green Brothers Racing. To the 8th, Nate getting there first. 8.89, 71 miles an hour. Adeline goes 9.02 at 70. Bring up Alex. Bring up Emily. Global Containers, Green Brothers Racing over here, TCS side. White Lightning Racing bringing up Emily over on the Lordco side for Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Emily goes 9.11 with a 0, 70 miles an hour. Alex goes 12.08 with an 8 at 53. That brings up Dallas in his Martin Dragster for TKO Hot Rods and Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions. He faces off against Grayson out of Maple Ridge. Grayson's away. Dallas moving after him. Grayson goes 9.26, 69 miles an hour. Dallas 13.95 at 45. Next up, Hunter T for JBS Equipment going up against Bentley for Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. With the 2006 half-scale dragster. And to the 8th, Bentley, 895, 69 miles an hour. Second to Hunter, who went 890, dead on at 74 miles an hour. April brings up the JBS equipment. Junior Dragster out of Mission, racing against Wesley out of Chilliwack for Fountain Tire and Lordco Auto Parts. Wesley went 006 on the tree. Very nice run there for Wesley. April goes about 886 at 74 miles an hour. Wesley goes 1182 at 53. Nash goes up for the B-Dale Auto, SN Racing, Diversified Metalworks, Rocky Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue, along with Milron Trucking Machine. Out of Mission, Owen, once again, out of Chilliwack for the whole Master Team, and Badass Garage, Junior Dragster. Nash goes 1297, 48 miles an hour. Owen follows through with a 1452 at 43 miles an hour. Bring up Jack for Global Containers and Green Brothers Racing. He races Ashton for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. We roll back to Junior Lightning. Connor thanking TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tire, and the Lordco Auto Parts for his Mike Boss Dragster. And in another Mike Boss Dragster, but 2 years fresher, is Isabella. Wanted to once again give special thanks to De Silva Auto World Canco Petroleum and Quality Manufactured Homes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on up. Lanes 1 and 2. That's also a standby call for a Super Pro. So once again, that is Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Come on up, lanes 1 and 2. The Rat Torch Systems Super Pro, you are on standby. Moving steady on through this next round of qualifying for all of the junior classes. So Junior Lightning continuing on. I think I'm gonna go get myself some grub at the Half Track Snack Shack.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I get Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6? Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Stand by for motorcycle.
So rolling through Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman qualifying. Steve Baskerville still battling those issues in his 2016 Volkswagen Golf. You saw him with a bit more smoke up at the top end on his last run, but they again were able to pull it off the racetrack without any incident. Believe we're getting set to roll back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Want to take a quick moment to shout out all of the sponsors around Mission Raceway Park. The big ones, of course, being Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TCS, Transmission Products and Torque Converters, JBS Equipment, Jaw Portable Buildings, and so much more. You take a look at all of those sponsors up on the big screen. Of course, a huge thanks to all of our class sponsors as well. Be sure that you check them out. And make sure that you thank them as well for their continued support into this absolutely incredible facility. Doubleheader race planned for today. Races 9 and 10 that were both rained out from earlier in the year. Race 9 is the big one. It's the Wally race. So this is the one that all of these folks have come out to party for. Is that big Wally race going for big glory. Take a look at some of the big upcoming events. July 26th and 27th. That's the big one coming on up here in the month of July. The MPK Street Outlaws. All Stars versus Canada. Sign-ups, I believe, are still open, so it is going to be an absolutely thrilling show when we get them up here to Mission Raceway Park. And then just 1 week later, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags will be out to party. Classes all the way up to 1972. August 1st to August 4th. Should be a fun weekend. Then, of course, for those that prefer car shows, you got the BCCCA Memorial Show and Shine on August 10th. The big one that we are all eagerly waiting for in the summer, Biggest race of the year, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. August 22nd, big show on August 24th, racing all the way through to the 25th. Lots of really exciting stuff coming on up at Mission Raceway Park. We hope you'll be here with us for every single second of it. This race was due to run alongside the National Hot Rod Diesel Association with their diesel drags back in May, and unfortunately that did not end up happening as a result of weather, but good that we got an absolutely beautiful day and not a cloud to be seen. So we get to have a good, fun, safe day of high-octane racing at the Strip. Here we go, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, round 2 of qualifying. And we bring up the Nissan GTR, one of the drifters, coming on out to party on the drag strip side of things. Joseph Yannick takes the Augmented Racing 2021 Nissan GTR out of Whistler, making his first ever drag strip passes. This time, he's going against Cassie Tippy in the Nova. Still needing to work on that reaction time a little bit, but he's got the top end speed to work with him. Bit quicker this time, 11:02, 132 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy goes 11:57 at $1.16. Dylan Scott brings out the Baja North Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle. He's racing against Cade Shirk with a 1986 Jimmy. Oh, big wheel spin for the Blazer. Dylan Scott going down track. 10:21 with a 6, 128 miles an hour. Cade Shirk, 12:66 with a 2 at $1.16. Next up, Rob Monroe Sr. for White Knuckle Racing and the Ford Model A Racing, James Dobson. The Damn Man's Racing, Ron's Engine Machine Camaro. Monroe out, but Dobson with a much better light. 0.16 on the tree. Monroe Sr. goes 9.08 with a 1, 124 miles an hour. Dobson, 10.61 with a 3 at $1.26. That brings up Walter Johnson, racing as always that 1972 Chevelle, taking on Ray Bollinger in the Just Mechanical Pontiac for TestedTune.com. Out on green lights, Ray Bollinger down track, 10.75, 120 miles an hour. Walter Johnson goes 11.21, 118 miles an hour. Bring out Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog Mustang. He races John Tabak out of Maple Ridge. The Rat Torque Systems Cold Front S10 brings it up Lordco side. John DeMac goes 1061 at 126 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 1093 at 123. Lorenz Schwartz, now the next one up for the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo, racing Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Oh boy, Lorenz Schwartz gets himself a mug. Trip zip with an 8 put Lorenz Schwartz to the new #1 qualifying spot. Follows up with a 1020 with a 4, 131 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter goes 922 with a 3 at 145. Ross Walker takes up the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2, racing Veronica Hodgson, your track champion from 2017 and king of the track from 2019. Racing her Dodge Dart. Walker turns on the red light by 1,000th of a second. Goes 1020 with an 8, 129 miles an hour. Hodgson goes 1195 at 109. Brings up Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang. Dubs it the Chevstang, racing against Ryan Ladre in the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. Boy, oh boy, Bobby Ehlers really trying to chase that trip zip 8 time, but goes trip zip 3 red, off by less than 10 1,000ths of a second from taking the #1 qualifying spot. That is such a shame. Bring up John Barrichello for the Ron's Engine and Machine Dodge, going up against Mal Patterson's Albion Thailand Malfunction Acadian. Dave Young brings up the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. He goes up against Nick Douglas, your defending Sportsman track champion in that Super B Charger. Haven't been able to see Dave out too often this season. He is definitely looking to put some good times on the board, get some points recorded. Camaro fully staged. The Dodge just in behind. As always, the Camaro carrying those front wheels. 007 on the tree. Good reaction time for Dave Young. That'll put him up on the qualifying sheets. 10.99, 120 miles an hour, Nick Douglas. 12.59 at 108. That brings up Alan Bertoldi with his 2000 Dodge racing against Dustin Hunter. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles, we need you down to lane 1. Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles, come on up. Lane 1 for your final qualifying hit. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you are on standby. Art and Terry Kirby, the next pair up. Old time Ford Falcon going up against newer 2017 Camaro. Last car up in Bo's Beach on Pro Bracket qualifying, Javon Brewer. Taking the 79 Z28 down track. Rolls us right back to Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. Brewer goes 11.02 with a 119 miles an hour. Bring up Justin Bond in the Pontiac GTO. He faces off against Colton Morin in the Dragster. Colton Moore bringing up the Moore Motorsports, Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating, JBS Equipment, and Sean's Right CPA dragster with 615 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, taking it to Justin Bond's Pontiac. Red light start for Justin Bond. Colton Moore on the green, but still has to work on that reaction time a little bit more. Pass time on the boards, that's what's important. Bond goes 777 with an 8, 176 miles an hour. Colton Moore, 819 with a 7 at 150. Next up, Martin Rochelle in the Super Street Malibu. He faces off against John Jenkins for the West Coast Building Restorations Bubba Speed Shop 88 S10 with extra thanks to Andy Hatton. Oh, well, John Jenkins doesn't leave. He launched and the car died pretty much immediately. Martin Rochelle goes at a 10-16 at 126 miles an hour. John Jenkins, don't think he's going to be able to get a time in this one. So they're going to push the S10 out. Something going pretty darn wrong for Jenkins right off the hitch. That truck made a little bit of a leap and then immediately cut out. You can see start line crews mopping something up down to the starting line. Doesn't look like it's too bad, though. We will bring up Mike Robinson and Kevin McNichol. Robinson running that 27 Ford Roadster, going up against Kevin McNichol in the 67 Nova for Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, and Jim Benke Racing. He was your 2023 Race of Champions winner, chasing that championship this season. Finished 4th in the standings last year. Currently runs as the points leader. If you are feeling peckish, be sure to check out the Half Track Snack Shack down at about 330 feet on the pit side of the racetrack. They are now serving lunch, and I promise you, it is absolutely worth it. We'll get this show back on the road for racing action in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Qualifier number 2. Robinson goes 922, 141 miles an hour. McNichol goes 1010 with a 1 at a $1.33. Next up, we got Jason Gibson in the 1991 Mustang. There's Emma Debris Coos, the BMD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, and Straight Line Race Cars Dragster. She was not able to really get off the line last time. The car lost fire pretty quickly as soon as she hit the gas, hoping for a better run in Q2. Both cars working their way towards the stage beams. That's a bit better. Or at least it started a bit better. Gibson goes 981, 138 miles an hour. Ember Debris Coos, 923, 144. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. Come on up to lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod, we need you for your second qualifier. Lanes 5 and 6. License and test. You are on standby. Robertson stages the Beretta. Mike Stewart stages up the Super Chiclet Chevy 2. Both cars away. Robinson 727, 176 miles an hour. Stewart goes 1007 with the 6 at 131. Emily Gerard brings up the Sheer Solutions Just Mechanical Undercover Dragster. Jeremy Soares taking the Soares Transport and Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster up in the Lordco lane. Pair of dragsters down track. Soares out in front, stays in front. 746, 179 miles an hour. Gerard not far off, 761 at $1.76. Two of the quickest cars and the fastest cars in Super Pro this afternoon. Warren Jacobson brings up his Chevy 2 to race against Derek Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group machine. Throttle stop engaged, then disengaged for Warren Jacobson in that Super Street machine. Derek Shirk to the back door, 876, 154 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson, 1106 at 134. Coming up, left lane, your defending Super Pro champion, Jan Christensen in the Nova. Racing Andy Hatton for the Grinch. In the Camaro for Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing, and Velocity Chemicals. Christensen turns on the red light by 1 thou. Andy Hatton goes 836, 160 miles an hour. Christensen goes 861 at 157. Leaving just John DeBack for the Rat Torque Systems S10 to go up against Craig Johnson in the BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. So Lorette Schwartz wraps up Rat Torque Systems Super Pro qualifying. We're ready to roll back to Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles for their second and final qualifier. Bill Aiken brings up the Kawasaki. He did not get a pull the last time by. Something happened to that bike on the line. He was forced to back out. He is looking to see if maybe this time he can get that bike down track. He's facing off against Wild Bill. Bill McDonald takes the 1986 Wild Racing Kawasaki up beside him with a 1400cc engine. This time Aiken gets down track. Bill McDonald goes 925, 140 miles an hour. Bill Aiken goes 974 at 139. Next one up, Anna Donaldson. Racing that 2007 Yamaha at 150 mile BC. Racing against Daryl Storzak for his Leak Pro Suzuki. Daryl Storzak goes 852, 150 miles an hour. Anna Donaldson, just behind, goes 1205 at 123. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Juniors, you're on standby. Alamon brings up the Thrifty's Machine Shop 2007 ZRX. He races Jody Brickwood in the Brickwood Renovations Kawasaki. Oman, 899 with a 3, 144 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood goes 945 with a 4 at 136. Next up, it's Corey Craig. And the Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Suzuki. Taking that Hayabusa out, he races against Tom Turan with that 1000cc GSXR for Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. The Kraken ready to do battle. Oh boy, Tom hanging off the chip a little bit there on the far side of the racetrack. Corey Craig goes 884, 153 miles an hour. Turan can only muster a 918 at 135. Hoping that the problems of old have not returned to haunt him. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That's Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4 for first round of eliminations. Rob Hodgson goes down track, goes 1070 with a 5, 123 miles an hour. Randy Hermson, 1372 at 102. Bring up the Monroes, Junior versus Senior. Winter Harbor Machine Gibson Racing Transmissions and SD Performance. Represented on this occasion over here at TCS side, he's already in. Senior taking that white knuckle racing Model A back to party on the Lordco side. Senior out in the front, easily bests his son. 889 with an 8, 148 miles an hour. Junior goes 1071 with a 7 at 125. Bring up Jamie Wellwood in the TNT Auto Parts Bantam Altered. He races Terry Hoogstens in his Chevrolet. Wellwood put it down a pretty impressive time for the number 3 qualifying spot in the first round of qualifying with an 014 light. So he does have the ability to improve on that Altered. We'll see if he'll be able to do any more. The Altered is away. 797, 166 miles an hour. Good pass there for Jamie Wellwood. Hoogstens goes 1201 at 111. Bring up Glenn Filliam. This time pulling the AMX up TCS side. Matt Warner's Linden Service Center Mercury has not had a good run this season. Second in the points, yes, but still trying to see if he can't fix those wheel spin issues off the hitch that he's been having. That's more like it. Warner kicks those wheels up high, just like we're used to see him doing. Slams down a terra firma, runs out the back door, 1054. 124 miles an hour. Philly M goes 1220 with a 4 at 109. Next up, Sylvia Hookston's in the Mustang, racing Roy Roman for the Roman Metal Works Rambler. Lauren Dufour brings up the do for you Auto Shop Done Right Performance 23i Altered, sporting 540 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, going up against Greg Dawson. Pair of red lights in that one. Dufour 004 red. Greg Dawson 028. Dufour going to go out the back door. 816 with a 0, 160 miles an hour. Greg Dawson 1199 with a 7 at 111. Next up, John Sayer brings up the Dart Racing. John Barrichello for the Ron's Engine and Machinery Dodge Dart. These are, again, two drivers we have not seen out a lot this season. Keith Winterbottom still sounds like he's battling some problems off the line for the driver out of Maple Ridge in that Camaro. He'll run down track, though. Still puts together a respectable ET. Goes 934 and 146. That wraps up qualifying for Wally race. And that'll put us down to Tom Katnick making one more testing hit in his Camaro door slammer. We will gear ourselves up to go scrambling for eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are now on standby. Katnick pulls the laundry. How about that? 695, 214 miles an hour for Tom Katnick. That's getting pretty darn close to Greg Field's speeds in his total turbo Opal. Now he's just got to nail down the ET off the hitch, and he will be right up there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All hot rod competitors, your ladder is about to be posted at Sylvia and Terry's trailer. Once again, all hot rod competitors, your ladder is about to be posted at the trailer. First round of eliminations, rolling around the corner. Junior straight, ready to do battle. We kick it off with David and Riker. I'm going to correct myself to say Pair of green lights, eliminations officially underway for a Wally. James right off the hitch with a 007 light. Take that through to a win. Riker couldn't catch him. Your number one qualifier out in round one of eliminations. Next pair up, Tyler for the Zap Strap Racing Chevy 1500 going up against Dallas. For the overtimer pair, Snorkum Canada 2000 Honda Civic, 11 seconds dialed in against an 1166. Tyler already pre-stage, waiting on Dallas to roll forward to those pre-stage beams. Now both drivers move forward 6 inches. Fully staged. Oh, and Dallas bumps clean through. Tyler is going to move on to the second round on a free pass. Tyler goes 11-11 with a 5 on the 11-second dial at 63 miles an hour. No time logged for Dallas. Moving on to the Stobie construction machine of Jacob, dialed in at 1081. In his AT4, he races Sophia, dialed at 960 in the 2005 F250. Diesel pickup trying to chase down the Pontiac. Can't get there. Jacob going to be taking that one to round number 2 of eliminations. That'll bring up Jenna for Peated Industries and Winter Harbor Marina and RV, with special thanks to Nana. Dials in at 1080 in the 2000 Tahoe, going up against the Zap Strap Racing Chevy pickup of Josephine, dialed in at 1074. Not a lot separating this pairing off on the tree as they try to get themselves rolling down track. Jenna entering this race, number 1 in the points. 32 points clear of Sophia. So with Sophia out in round 1, Jenna looking to extend that points margin. Not going to do it, though. So number 1, number 2 in the points, both out in round 1. Josephine will move on to the second round. Next furthest driver back would be Taryn to try to make a run at her. Taryn's up next, dials in at 980 to face off against David, dialed at 1037. And Taryn goes out with a red light start by about 0.09 of a second, just shy of it. So David will be moving on to round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, we need Sportsmen to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsmen to the lanes. Kevin McCauley, special request for you. Hang out at the back of the lanes. Kevin McCauley, you'll be hanging around to the tail end to go at the end of eliminations in Sportsmen. We roll to Junior Thunder, Nate and Alex. The first pair up. Global Containers represented on both sides of the racetrack. 890 to a 1210. Nate enters today 4th place in the points. 65 out from Ashton, who enters as the points leader. Alex away. Nate's away, both on green lights. Eighth mile. Nate makes the pass. How about that? Only 9/10,000ths off the dial. 89009 on the 890 dial. That is an impressive feat. We move on to Emily and Cadence. White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Dials in at 915. TCSI. Cadence dials in at 892 on the Lordco side. Green lights bound. Emily gets there first, goes under the dial. Went 9-11 with a 2 on the 915 dial. Cadence is into round number next. Five rounds of eliminations for Junior Thunder today with 17 cars in competition. Bring up Hunter T for JBS Equipment, dials in at 890. He races against Dallas in the Martin Dragster for TKO Hot Rods. And Rieger, Workplace Safety Solutions, he dials in at 1392. Dallas turns on the red light. Hunter breaks the round one loss streak. He is going to be moving on into round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Final call for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Once again, that is Sportsman. This is your final call to the lanes. Bring up April. Bring up Hunter G. JBS equipment represented over here. TCSI dials in at 891. For the 896 Junior Dragster, he has Rocket Coatings, Milron Truck Body, SN Racing, paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing on his machine. Hunter G's been having a decent season so far. He's been finishing pretty much in the midfield just about every single race he has entered, looking to see if this could be the one where he finds himself into the semis or even the final. Well, it's not going to happen today. Call that for the commentators, Jinx, says April going to move on to round number 2 with a 907. Hunter's car dies on the line. So the next pair rolls up in Junior Thunder. Nash turning on the red light. Video Auto, SN Racing, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, paint by Rodrigue, Milron Truck Body, going to be out early. Bentley with the Papa Speed Shop, Painted Industries, Titanium Auto Group, and Napa Auto Parts, and Badass Garage Machine moves on to round number 2. That'll bring up Owen for the home master team at Badass Garage, dials in at 1455. Adeline brings up the Performance World, Alder Auto, and KLJ Holdings half-scale dragster, dials in at 894. That'll bring up Owen for the Home Masters team. Badass Garage dragster dials in at 1455. The Performance World Eldorado KLG Holdings half-scale dragster of Adeline going to have to be extremely patient on the line. Dials in at 894, has a huge weight ahead of her. Owen will be almost at about half track by the time she leaves. They're both away. 2 very green lights. 8th mile. Double breakout. Owen got there first, but goes under by more. Adeline is into the next round. Next up, it's Grayson out of Maple Ridge, dials in a 923. Facing off against the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts driver of Ashton, dials in at 1190. Ashton enters this race as the points leader by 32 over Alex, who he himself was 32 points over Cadence. It has been a phenomenal season for Ashton. He's taken himself with 2 wins so far this season, both of them in a row. He is gunning for the hat trick this afternoon. Grayson chasing. Ashton out in front. Ashton moving on. Grayson got there first. Goes under by 600ths in the process of doing so. Next up, it's Jack. Dials in at 1428, racing against Adam, your 2022 champion for TK Performance, Lordco Auto Parts. Dials in at 890 on the dot. Red light start for Jack. Jack too eager to get off the hitch, and Adam lifts out knowing he has got this thing covered. Next up, it's Wesley. Wesley takes a 006 light. He will get the #1 qualifying spot. And with that, he gets the bye run, which will finally end his streak. Going out in round 1 of eliminations, 4 straight races in a row, he'll finally make it into round number 2. He's got the chance to do that again later on this afternoon. We roll to Junior Lightning. Nick enters with the #1 qualifying spot, a 005 light. The JBS equipment driver looking to bump it forward. Nick enters this race with the points lead. Has taken 1 win so far, and he did it just the last race. Well, Nick is on it. 005 for the number 1 qualifier, 006 on his bye run. If he can keep that up, he is going to go to a round win. Here's the driver chasing him, Lincoln. For Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment, the Huddleston dragster dials in at 790 in the race. Abby for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Wally dials in at 799. Lincoln enters this race only 1 point behind Nick in the championship. As always, Junior Lightning, one of the closest championships we have on the property. 12 points separate first through third. CL brings up the number 3 spot. I don't believe she is here this afternoon, though. So this is going to be a 2-horse race, and it could come down to it. Both racers have 1 win on the season. Both races have gone out in round 1 at least once this season. Double breakout. Lincoln going to take this one. Knocks Abby out of competition early. Bring up Connor for Tico Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Rod Glass, Albion Tireland, and Lordco Auto Parts. He dials in at a 793 for the Mike Boss Dragster. Bring up Jackson for JBS Equipment, Napa Auto Parts, Titanium Auto Group, and Bubba Speed Shop. Special thanks as well to Grandpa. He dials in at 858. Both drivers hot boy on green lights. Connor chasing down Jackson to the 8th. Can't get there. Jackson going to be moving on into the next round. Brianna McKenna for JBS Equipment out of mission. Dials in at 795. Isabella for De Silva Auto World. Kenko Petroleum and Quality Manufactured Homes brings it up at a 790 for the Mike Boss Dragster. Eighth-mile mark. Give it up for Isabella McKenna. Goes 7 thousandths of a second under the dial. Isabella's into the next round. Lexia Manx with the Hobo Racing Boat Dive enters Unit Dragster, dials in at 810. Joshua for the Midnight Paint and Body, Lordco Auto Parts, Crystal Glass, Indigenous Travel, and Design Floor Junior Dragster, dialed in at 793. Joshua, red light start. Lexi, free pass to round 2. So that does it for all Junior Dragsters and Junior Street for round 1 of eliminations. We'll see them back up again for round number 2. Next class up will be Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Darn near 30 cars in Sportsman. It's a big class this afternoon. So obviously we have them be randomized throughout the first round. And then we'll get them on the ladder for round number 2 onward. Randy Hermsen, the first one up in the Wayne Behemoth Oldsmobile. Haley Christensen going up against the Oldsmobile in the C10. We got a 1375 dialed in against a 1432 to the quarter mile. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes for random laddering. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on up to the lanes for first pair of eliminations for random laddering. Rattoy Systems Super Pro, you are on standby. 2 red lights on this one. Christian, the worst offender, Hermsen, to the next round. Ryan Ladre, next one up, going up against Richard Love. Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle dials into the 1163. Love for the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports Machine dials in at 1235. Two green lights. Quarter mile. Love moving on. 15 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory on that one. With Ryan Ladre. Gonna have to wait until race 2 later tonight. Art Kirby, the next one up in the Ford Falcon, dials in at 1186. He races Dave Copeland in the 2008 Trailblazer. Dialed in at 1680. Art Kirby takes that one by 4 1,000ths of a second over Dave Copeland, the 65 Ford Falcon, just barely inching out the Trailblazer, and he'll move on to round 2. Alan Berthold and Brandon Piskasek the next pair up, and in this one it'll be Brandon Piskasek to knock out Alan Berthold into the next round of eliminations. Eric Hansen went red on the tree, took himself out over Bill Wells. Now Eric Bertain trying to stay out on track ahead of Ann Copeland. And is going to get it done. 1,000th of a second. Bertain got there ahead of Copeland, but Copeland did go under the dial in the process. Copeland was chasing him down, but that race won on a whole shot from the starting line. Bring up Steve Baskerville in the Volkswagen Golf R with that 2-liter turbo engine. Has had problems on every hit so far. With a 13-second dial-in, might be getting their second to Silvio Hugsons. We'll see here, though. He's got some top-end pace under him. Breaks out, though. So Steve Baskerville, unable to do much with that Golf so far. It has not been cooperating with him all season long. He is still trying to troubleshoot that car. Has had not a lot of luck in getting those issues figured out. Silvio Hugsons to the next round. We'll bring up Greg Dawson, dialed at 12:01 to race Archie Limpright. Dawson takes out Limpright as Limpright goes under the dial by 3.5 of a second. Huge under for Limpright on that one. Dawson moves to the next round pretty handily. Brings up Roland Lowen, dialed in at 12.99 of the 1955 Meteor with and Lordco Auto Parts. He races Nick Douglas in that Super B, your defending track champion, dialed at 12.66. Douglas going to take that one to the next round, takes out Roland Lowen, so a good effort there for Nick Douglas. He'll move himself into round 2 of competition. Terry Kirby and Veronica Hodgson, the next pair up that are running down track, and Hodgson goes 12.16 with a 3, 99 miles an hour. Terry Kirby goes 12.55 at 115. Hodgson to second round. Next up, Joel Smith. Runs at his Zapstrap Racing. Chevelle dials in at 11.78. He races against Isaac Hazelton in the 94 Mustang. Dials in at 15.22. Hazelton away. Smith away. And Hazelton gets it on a double breakout. Only 001 under the mark. Joel Smith, 600ths under. We'll be going up now to take Rob Monroe Jr. up against Rob Getz. The Beaumont from being in the Industries dials in at 14.25, going up against the Ford F-250. Dialed at 12.65. Double breakout again. Rob Getz takes this one to the next round. Kevin McCall next up for the BDL Automotive Old School Cutlass. Dials in at 11.80. He races Grant Gordon in the 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated pickup. racing in a 1422. McCulley chasing down Gordon. Can he get around him? He doesn't, but it's because Gordon goes well under the dial. So your number 2 runner of the points, who was only 11 points behind Douglas, is out. And with third place being out as well, Nick Douglas going to extend his points lead in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. So start line crews going down. They're topping up that starting line. Once again, making sure that everything is ready to rumble for your biggest class of the weekend. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. I see them waiting patiently just around the corner. They are ready to go at it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, this is your standby call. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, this is your standby call. Engines fired up. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket eliminations ready to rumble. Dylan Scott brings it up for the Baja North Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle, dials in at 1021. He races Mal Patterson. And the Albion Tarlin Malfunction Acadian dialed in at 10-11. Patterson turns it red by 6/1,000ths of a second. Tough break for him. Seventh place runner in the points is down and out for round one. Joseph Yannick brings up that 2021 Augmented Racing Nissan GTR in his first drag racing passes this weekend. Dials in at 11:50. He'll be leaving first to the Dodge Dart in the TCS side. Sorry. And Yannick didn't leave. Didn't stage the car right. So his opponent with the free pass to the next round. Wayne Douglas taking out Yannick in round number one of eliminations. Tough break for the GTR. Was looking to have a good outing. Well, the good news is there's some drifting going on the other side. He could still get in there and have some fun at least. Cassie Tippy and Ray Bollinger, the next pair up. 65 Noah dials in at 11:57. The Just Mechanical Pontiac dials in at a 10:76 Lordco side. Cassie Tippy turns on the red light, 9/1,000ths of a second. Ray Bollinger firing down track, and he's going to go in 10:68, 119 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy goes 11:62 at 115. So some small piece of debris on the racetrack. You see safety crews popping out. They're going to quickly grab that debris. Check, make sure everything's okay, and then they're going to get themselves back rolling. You got Ross Walker waiting on the line here in the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Dials in at 10:20. Facing off against Andy Klosky for the Design Flooring Lordco Auto Parts, Jim Obelek Enterprises, sorry, and Bailey Boys Chevrolet. Dials in at 984. Two green lights. Klosky chasing down Walker. 009 on the tree. Is it enough? Yes, it is. 9/1000ths of a second. Klosky takes out Ross Walker. We'll move on to John DeBack and Bobby Ehlers. Rat Torque Systems and Cold Front S10. Dials in a 1062. Ehlers in the Chev Stang going up with a 1035. Top end of the racetrack, John DeBack moving on, takes out Bobby Ehlers. We'll see if the senior Ehler member can take himself into round number two. Carrying the torch, James Dobson for Dead Man's Racing and Ron's Engine Machine. And the Camaro dials in at 1063, racing Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog Mustang, dialed in at 1081. Dobson takes out Ehlers, so both members of the Ehlers family out in round one lined them up and knocked them down. Bring up Rob Monroe Sr. and Craig Johnson. The White Knuckle Racing Model A dials in at 906. Craig Johnson's BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon dials in at 1059. Red light start for Monroe Sr. Craig Johnson takes his Malibu Wagon around 2. Ryan Ladre, the next one up, the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle dials into the 1164, races Jim Banky's Rad Torque Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Titanium Auto Group, Plymouth Barracuda, dialed in at 1014. Green lights a pair. Jim gonna take it. Ryan Ladre going under the dial. Jim Banky got there by 5 thou. He is going to move on to the next round. Dave Jung, the next one up in the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro, dials in at 1102. He races John Barrichello. And the Ron's Engine and Machine Dodge dials in at 1137. Both races away with green lights. And Dave Jung somehow takes a light of almost a 10.5 to a win. 4 thou on the tree. How about that? Taking that one away at the top end. Lorenz Schwartz brings up the Titanium Auto Group. And Bubba Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo dialed in at 1021. Races Cade Shirk in the Blazer. Dials in at 1096. Well, Cade Shark with a very soft launch, and that's going to go easily the way of your 2022 King of the Track. 10, 69, 99 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz being very careful with the brakes at the top end. Realizes he had that one, didn't want to push the mark. Art Kirby, Mike Render, the next two up. The Ford Falcon dials in at 1188, racing Mike Render for the Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Fortins, Lordco Auto Parts, and AFDS 10 dials in at 1083. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wraps, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we need you in the lanes for first round eliminations. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes. Art Kirby knocks out Mike Render. Brings up Robert Gillick and Javon Brar. Both racers dialing in at 1090 on the dot. 2009 Challenger racing against a 1979 Camaro Z28. Brar bumps through. That could be it, and that is it. Gillick with a free pass. What a tough break. And it is over like that. Steve Baskerville away on a 1280 to life. Dennis Winton for Shaggy Belair immediately giving chase. Baskerville building up some top end momentum. Double breakout. Baskerville takes that one to round 2. Dustin Hunter, the next one up. Ford Falcon dials in at 924. He is racing against Art Kirby. Racing against Terry Kirby. The Camaro dials in at 1255, so Hunter leaving second. Seeing if that Ford is Falcon fast enough to beat up a Camaro on the line. Well, this race may have just been decided on the starting line. And it was. Dustin Hunter with an easy pass to get around Terry Kirby. That brings up Walter Johnson to the 72 Chevelle. Dials in at 1122 to race Chris Stone. The Willowbrook Chrysler Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart dials in at 982. Red light start for Walter Johnson. Chris Stone takes it to the second round. Alan Bertolli brings up the Dodge race against Veronica Hodgson. Down track towards the quarter-mile mark. Alan Bertolli moves on, takes a 12:30 with a 5.97 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson gonna have to wait once again until the next round. Well, until the next race. That brings up Grant Gordon, swapping out the Ford Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart for a Ford pickup. Borrowing the pickup truck of one Richard Love. Dials in at 1235 to Nick Douglas's 1258. Andy's red. Nick Douglas to the next round. So that does it for round 1 of eliminations for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Next up, Red Torque Systems Super Pro. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. This is your absolute final call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. You are running now. You are officially late. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. If you're not there, you need to be there or we are running without you. So once again, a little bit of start line work going on down there as we get set to roll. Back into Super Pro. Andy Hatton kicking off his burnout for the Grinch. Getting set to race against Scott Robinson's Beretta. The Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing, Velocity Chemicals, Camaro Dials in at 868 Racing, Scott Robinson's Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, AFD Petroleum, Postma Farms, Beretta Dials in at 771. Robinson turns it red by 0.005 of a second. Andy Hatton will move to the next round of eliminations. Robinson goes up with a 777, 176 miles an hour. It may have been a 777 on the ET, but unfortunately, no lucky number 7s as he turns it red by 5,000. Jan Christensen up next in El Gringo. Takes the Nova up against Mike Robinson's 1927 Ford Roadster, 861 to a 923. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles, we need motorcycles to lane 1, motorcycles to lane 1. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Once again, a pair of green lights. Robinson being chased by Christensen. Top end. 1,000th of a second. Mike Robinson hangs on for the win. Your defending champion out in round 1. Mike Robinson takes that one by the smallest of margins. Colton Moore once again turning off crosstalk on the dragster. Not something you see very often. The Moore Motorsports, Comox Valley Excavated, JBS Equipment, and Sean Wright CPA. 615 big block Chevy dragster dials in at 804 to race Jason Gibson's Mustang, dialed in at 982. Top end of the racetrack, Jason Gibson knocks out Colton Moore and wins that race on the starting line with a 007 light to an 039. Good effort, though, from Colton Moore, and Jason Gibson will be into the next round. Once again, we have made the call. Motorcycles, Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles, come on up to lane 1. Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles, second call to lane 1. Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod, once again, you're on standby. Derek Shirk racing that titanium auto group machine, going to go in at an 863. Emma Debris Coos will take the BMD lift trucks, Shawnigan Truck and Competition Tree Services and Straight Line Race Cars SRC. Dragster dialed in at 920. Red light start for Emma Debris Coos. In fact, a pair of red lights, but Derek Shirk only 3,000 under. Debris was Coos was over a 10th. That'll bring up Kevin McNichol, your 2023 Super Pro Race of Champions winner. For Rat Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, Jim Benke Racing Nova, dials in at 1011. Racing John to back in the Rat Torque Systems S10, dialed at 1063. Two green lights, both of them pretty darn good. Top end, Tabac got there first, but goes under the dial by just 9 stinking thou. Kevin McNichol is into round 2. That brings up Mike Stewart for the Bucky's Mini Excavating, Ken Specialty Auto, Gibson Racing Transmissions, Super Chicklet Chevy 2. Dials in 1007 to race Craig Johnson's BC Scale, Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon. That dials in at 1058. Both races away on green lights, and Stewart doing the chasing on Craig Johnson. 2,000. Craig Johnson, around 2, takes out Mike Stewart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need Old Car Center Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, this is your standby call. That's once again, Hot Rod to 5 and 6. License and test, this is your standby call. Martin Rochelle, Emily Gerard, 7 in Malibu, going up against 2001 Undercover Dragster for Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical. 1019 to a 765. Rochelle not gunning for that Super Street Index like he usually does. Unleashing a lot more of that early speed that Malibu's got underneath it. Emily Gerard lifted out of the throttle well before the quarter-mile mark, and that's because Martin Rochelle had some big problems set in the middle of his run, so he is going to slow that one down. Unfortunate for Rochelle, he is down and out. Emily Gerard is moving on. Lorenz Schwartz will now look to race Jeremy Soares. Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Monte Carlo, dials in at 1020 to race against the Source Transportation and Quick Tech Race Cars. Cameron Drags it down at 747. So Martin Rochelle's car rolls to a stop in the shutdown area. After having those problems early in his run, was already kind of out of the problem before the half-track point. Want to thank all the folks watching on from home on MRP Lordco TV on both YouTube and Facebook. I want to once again thank all of the fans that have come on out into the stands on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Make sure you're staying well hydrated. It's still going to be a hot day. We have still not hit the high for the day yet, so make sure that you got yourself some nice cold fluids at hand. We're going to try this again. Lorenz Schwartz with the take 2 on the burnout after Rochelle's car clears. Dragsters away, chasing down the Monte Carlo to the quarter-mile mark. He's going to make the pass. Jeremy Soares breaking around Lorenz Schwartz at the top end of the racetrack. That brings up Warren Jacobson and Justin Bond. The Chevy 2 dials in at 11:08 to race Bond's Pontiac, dialed in at 7:71. Pair of green ones. Bond chasing down Jacobson. He's got a 009 light. He'll take that to a win as Justin Bond drives around the Super Combo Chevy 2. That wraps up first round eliminations. For Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we move to Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles. Eight bikes in competition to fill out an even 8-car ladder. Bill McDonald will be the first one up against Bill Aiken. McDonald, your number one qualifier with a 005 light. Both races dialed in at an even 925, so a clean tree for the pair of Kawasaki's. Both races away. And how about that? At the quarter-mile mark, Bill McDonald got there first, but only by about half a bike length. 0.04 of a second takes it over Bill Aiken. We'll move on to Al Lamont and Daryl Storzuk. The Thrifty's Machine Shop ZRX dials in at 898. He'll race Daryl Storzuk. On that Leak Pro Suzuki dialed in at 855. Storzuk pre-staged, Oman in right behind. Both bikes out there, Oman tracking a little left, getting that bike back into the groove. He'll get there first by about 1/10 of a second. Daryl Storzuk will be moving on to round number 2 and into the semifinals. So Storzuk and McDonald face off in the semis. Now we'll see who will move on into the second half of the semifinals. Will it be Tom Tarand or will it be Anna Donaldson? The Daytona Motorsports Boulder Designs GSXR dials in at 868. Anna Donaldson's Yamaha dials in at 1160. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. License and test, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. License and test, come on up, lanes 5 and 6.
One Lightning 2, stand by.
Donaldson away, and Durand away just behind. Trying to run down Donaldson up to the quarter-mile mark. Doesn't make the pass, but he'll move on anyway because Donaldson goes under the dial by over 1/10. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, Street to 3 and 4. That's Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, Street to 3 and 4. And then Sportsman, you are on standby. Corey Craig brings up the Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Hayabusa. Dials in at 882, racing Jody Brickwood.
Yes, go ahead.
The Brickwood Renovations Kawasaki dials in at 940, leaves first. Oh boy. 2 lights, not too stellar on either end of the racetrack. I think this one's going the way of Brickwood. Well, how about that? 0.3 of a second. Jody Brickwood had the advantage of Craig on the tree, but still goes under the dial and handed it right back to Craig on a silver platter. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. License and test, license and test. Final call to lanes 5 and 6. Final call to lanes 5 and 6. Bring up Jamie Wellwood in the Ban-Am TNT Auto Parts. Alter dials in at 796 to race Rob Monroe Sr. for the White Knuckle Racing Model A dialed at 889. We roll to Old Car Center Hot Rod Eliminations. Pair of red lights on that one. Rob Monroe Sr. was the worst of the two. Jamie Wellwood is into the next round. That brings up Randy Hermson. 2 tons of fun in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. Dials in at $13.75 to race John Barrichello for the Ron's Engine and Machinery. 1967 Dodge Dart. Dials in at $11.40. Quarter mile, Randy Hermson, 0.08 of a second, takes out John Barrichello at the top end. He'll move on to round 2. Sylvia Hooks is the next one up in the 66 Ford Mustang, dials in at 1278, excuse me. Racing Dustin Hunter, the Ford Falcon, dialed in at 922. Dustin Hunter chasing down the Mustang. Makes the pass. Sylvia Hookson's taking too much out of the race at the top end. So Hunter into round number 2. That'll bring up Roland Lowen, the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor. Dials in at $12.99 to race Rob Monroe Jr. in the Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Gibson Racing Transmissions, SD Performance Acadian. Dials in at $10.60. Junior away. Roland Lowen trying to stay out in front. And he will not do it. Rob Monroe Jr. will move on into round number 2 quite convincingly at that. That's big for your points leader. We could very well see a switch at the top of the points boards at Old Car Center Hot Rod if Matt Warner can have a good outing. Fillingham turns on the red light by 3 thou. John Sayer in the right lane moves on to the next round. Oh, Keith Winterbottom once again having trouble getting off the line. Car lurching around, trying to chase Greg Dawson. Does he make the pass? No! He will go under by 0.02 of a second trying to chase Dawson and can't get the job done. Greg Dawson to the next round. Dennis Winton up next in the Shaggy Bel Air racing Rob Hodgson in the Dodge Dart, dials in at 1072. Dennis Winton couldn't take the shaggy bell out of round 2. He will get there second. Rob Hodgson made the pass, and the Dodge Dart at the top end of the racetrack. So Hodgson is through. Bring up Jim Banky of the Rat Torque Systems. Bucky's Mini Excavating, the Titanium Auto Group, Plymouth Barracuda, dials in at 10:15. He races Terry Hookstons, dialed in at 12 seconds exactly. Jim Banky with a absolutely stellar light. Trip Zip with a 3. He'll take that to a round win. 10:18 with a 5, 123 miles an hour with the Trip Zip for Jim Banky. Hookstons will be knocked out. Here's Matt Warner wanting the good outies so we can try to overtake. Rolling low into the point standings. The Linden Service Center Mercury trying to see if he can hold off Brabander. He's going to do it. 5 1,000ths of a second for Matt Warner. And Matt Warner takes the points lead in the Old Car Center Hot Rod. Lauren Dufour turns the Do4U Auto Shop Done Right Performance Altered Red on the Tree. Chris Stone with a freebie to the next round. And that will leave Roy Roman for the Roman Metalworks Rambler. Dials in at 11:38 with the bye run. And just like that, we're through to round 2 of eliminations in all classes. We started off with Tyler trying to take his 3rd Junior Street win in a row. This one would be the 2nd point scoring win that he could score in the JBS Equipment ET Series. Has to take out David, though. 11 seconds to a 10:37. This is setting us up towards the semifinal round. To the 8th, Tyler moves on to the next round of Junior Street competition and into the semifinals. Jacob and Josephine, the next pair up. Stobie Construction's 2022 AT4 will go up against Josephine Zapstrap Racing Chevy pickup 1084 to a 1082. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, we need sportsmen to the rear of staging to be laddered. Sportsmen to the rear of staging to be laddered. Stand by. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Eighth mile mark, it'll be Josephine to move on into the next round. And that leaves James with the bye run and a free pass to the semis. We roll to Junior Thunder. Cadence with the bye run into round number 3. Setting ourselves up for the quarterfinals here. Bentley brings it up for the Bubba Speed Shop, Peated Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, and Badass Garage, half-scale dragster. Dialed in, 890. Going up against Wesley for Fountain Tire and Lordco Auto Parts of the 2012 dragster, dialed in at 1190. Wesley turns on the red light, so he will not make it to round 3, but he gets out of round 1 for the first time all season long, so there is some daylight there. Bentley will be moving on to round 3 and the quarterfinals. Nate gonna turn it red on the tree this time around on the right-hand side, so Hunter will move on to the quarters. That brings us up now to April going up against Adeline. So the next bunch working their way into the water box. $890 to an $891 JBS equipment over here, TCS side for Adeline. She's driving under the colors of Performance World, Eldorado, and KLJ Holdings in the half-scale dragster. April only with 2 races under her belt this season. She is trying to see if she can put down a good outing in the 3rd of the season. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the racetrack, Adeline has run in the last 3 points races for the JBS Equipment ET Series. Started off strong with a runner-up, but then has dropped off since then. Went out in the 2nd round and then the 1st round in the last 2 races. One of these races has to face another 2nd round loss on the record for the season. And it'll be April. Adeline will be moving on to the 3rd round of competition. We bring up the next pair. Ashton for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts dials in at 1190, leaving 3 seconds ahead of Adam, your 2022 champion for Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance, dialed in at 890. Both races away. Adam doing the chasing with an absolutely superb light right off the hitch. 009 on the tree. Follow that through to a win. Ashton taken out. Adam looking to close the gap. So the points leader, he's down and out as his own brother, trying to see if he can reel him in. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we need you in the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, you're on standby. Bring up Lincoln as we roll to Junior Lightning. Isabella going up against him. Titanium Auto Group, JBS Equipment, represented in the Huddleston Dragster, dialed in at 790. Matching the dial in the Mike Boss Dragster, it's Isabella for De Silva Auto World, Kenco Petroleum, and Quality Manufactured Homes. Lincoln has won and run it up, but the only other two races he's competed in, he has both gone out in the first round. So by trend standards, this should be a good race for him. Feathering that throttle, and he is in to the semifinals. So Lincoln moving on to the next round. That'll bring up Jackson going against Nick. Nick enters this race as the points leader, entering racing action here this afternoon. Trying to defend that title, but Lincoln on that charge to try to see if he can take it back. Two red lights and Nick is out. So Lincoln going to be taking over the points lead of Junior Lightning as Nick goes out in round two. Jackson moves on to the semifinal round. Lexi with the bye run will be dialed in the 810 for Hobo Racing of Otai Ventures. Free pass into the semifinal round. Hey, listen up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is going out to all competitors. If you want to buy in to the second race this afternoon. You have to do so before 3 o'clock p.m. 3 o'clock p.m. It is a hard cutoff time. If you have not yet bought in and you want to do so, you have 1 hour to do it, or you will not be racing tonight. Start line crews checking everything out. On the line, we'll have Greg Dawson standing by in Bel Air. Eric Bertain will bring out the 1979 Fairmont, dialed in at 1964. It's a long way for Greg Dawson on the line. We'll see if he can be patient enough to hold it. So the Pontiac chasing down Bertain, and Eric Bertain couldn't stay out in front. That car did numbers when we first saw it out. He will not do numbers today. Greg Dawson will be knocking it out in round 2 of eliminations. We'll move on to Kevin McCauley and Brandon Piskasek. The BDL Automotive Old School Cutlass duking it out against Brandon Piskasek's Mustang from 1990. 1180 to a 1327. Both drivers away. McCauley chasing down Piskasek. Quarter mile. McCauley gets there. 1187, 108 miles an hour. Piskasek goes 1330 with a 7 at 100. Brings up Bill Wells, the TNT Auto Malibu, dialed at 1166 to race Isaac Hazelton in his 94 Mustang, dialed in at 1522. Hazelton turns on the red light, put Bill Wells through to round number 2 of eliminations. Good 10th and a half there that Hazelton was red on. We'll move on to Randy Hermson and the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile with 2 tons of fun under that car. 1382 dialed in to Sylvie Hoekston's 1966 Ford Mustang that goes into the 1284. Sylvia Hoekes was taken out round 1 in Sportsman. She'll make it on to round 3, though, in Sportsman. Sorry, she was taken out round 1 in Hot Rod. She'll move on to round 3 in Sportsman. Randy Hermson sent packing until race 2 tonight. Bring up Rob Getz and Richard Love. The Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10. Dialed in at 12:35. The race against Rob Getz's 12:62 Ford F-250. Pair of green ones. Diesel versus petrol running down track, and Love gonna get there. 9 thousandths of a second. Knocks out Rob Getz. Bring up Art Kirby and Nick Douglas, 1188 to a 1255. Your defending champion looking to extend his points lead with a solid outing so far today. And that outing looking set to continue. Kirby trying to chase him down, not gonna get there. Douglas to round 3. So this is supposed to be Matt Warner driving Veronica Hodgson's car. So Matt Warner will be moving on to the 3rd round with the bye run, which will take us up to round 2 of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We need you to the lanes to be laddered. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, please make your way to the staging lanes to be laddered. Motorcycles, you're on standby. So here we go. First pair up for for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, not Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your second call to the lanes to be laddered. Super Pro, second call to the lanes to be laddered. Wayne Douglas, Steve Baskerville. The first pair up, 1083 for the Dodge Dart. Steve Baskerville in the Golf dialed in at 1280. Both drivers away. Douglas trying to chase down Baskerville, and Baskerville gets there second and goes under the dial. Wayne Douglas takes it around 3. That brings up Lorenz Schwartz and Andy Klosky. The Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo dialed in at 1025. Racing Andy Klosky with his design, flooring, Lordco Auto Parts, Jim Mobile Like Enterprises, and Bailey Boys Chevrolet dialed at 984. Ninth out red for Andy Klosky. Can't make anything out of that one. Lorenz Schwartz will take that one to the third round of eliminations this afternoon. Dustin Hunter will be the next one up with that ever-quick Ford Falcon. Dials in at 922. He races Dylan Scott. In the Baja North, Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle dialed in at 10:28. Scott will have a 1-second head start over Dustin Hunter. And Scott gonna move to the next round. 10:29, 127 miles an hour. Hunter, 9:23, 145. Bring up Alan Bertoldi with his 2000 Dodge. Dials in at 1218. He races Craig Johnson for the BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon. Dialed at 1063. Bertoldi away, Johnson away, both racers on a tear. As Craig Johnson trying to see if he can drive around Bertoldi. He's not going to do it. Bertoldi picks off Craig Johnson 7 thousandths of a second. Close one, that one, and that's a huge hitter that is out in only round 2 of eliminations. Bring up James Dobson, the Dead Man's Racing, Ron's Engine Machine Camaro, dialed at 1067, racing Art Kirby in the Ford Falcon, down to 1188. Quarter mile. 2 1,000ths. Art Kirby, the next one to move on. Continuing on, Dave Jung, Nick Douglas, Lordco Auto Parts, Camaro dialed at 1104. Nick Douglas, the 2023 Super B Charger dialed in at 1263. Well, Dave is sure trying to knock that tree down. Trip Zip with the 2. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Dave Jung to the next round. 3 great races back to back to back. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to get motorcycles to lane 1, motorcycles to lane 1. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Motorcycles on lane 1. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Jim Banky and Robert Gillick, the next pair up. Rad Torque Systems, Bucky Smitty, Excavating, Titanium Auto Group. Oh, Banky goes through! Banky rolls through the beams. A huge mistake for Banky. Not like him at all to do something like that. His bad luck continues as Gillick takes the freebie. Oh my gosh. Heavy hitters being knocked out left, right, front, and center. Gillick went 100 miles an hour, dead on, 11:45 on the 1085 dial. We'll bring up John Tabak and Chris Stone. S10 versus Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your absolute final call. Super Pro, final call. You're about to run. Once again, you need to get down there or they're going without you. So Jason Gibson will have the bye run in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro for second round of eliminations. From there, Kevin McNichol will face Emily Gerard. Justin Bond goes against Jeremy Soares. Mike Robinson and Andy Hatton go up together. And then Craig Johnson and Derek Shirk will also face off. All right, Super Pro rolling into the water box. Andy Hatton brings up the Grinch. The Camaro going up against Mike Robinson In the JBS Equipment JS Power Sports Ford Roadster. Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Tavs Roofing, and Velocity Chemicals represented over here at TCS side. The 584 big block Chevy Camaro dials in at 840. The 448 cubic inch Roadster dials in at 924. We are ready to go. Hatton in hot pursuit of the Roadster, trying to chase him down up to the quarter-mile mark. And Robinson will take that one home. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress. If anybody has a tranny brake button for Jim Banky, he would be much appreciated. That is, once again, if anybody has a tranny brake button that they are able to lend to Jim Banky, he would be much appreciated. We're also going to make the call for Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod. Bring him up to the lanes for round number 2. Stand by, license and test. Kevin McNichol, Emily Gerard, ready to do battle. The undercover dragster chasing after the Rad Torque Systems Nova. Top man, McNichol gets there first by a huge margin. Half a second ahead of Emily Gerard. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're going to call license and test to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, lanes 5 and 6. All juniors, you're on standby. Jeremy Soares and Justin Bond, the next 2 up. Both away. Bond being chased by the dragster, top end of the racetrack. Jeremy Soares moving on, taking out Justin Bond. So put the dragster through to the quarters. Derek Shirk brought it up TCS side, but he'll turn on the red line by 0.06 of a second. Craig Johnson moves on to the next round of competition. And that leaves your bye run. Jason Gibson with the free pass into the quarterfinal round. Five cars will remain for round number 3 of eliminations. So we roll to round 2, the semifinal round of Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles. 4 bikes remain. We'll be left with 2 for the final round after these passes. Wild Bill brings up the 1986 Kawasaki, dials in at 928. Bill McDonald faces off against Al Lamond and his Thrifty's Machine Shop ZRX. Dial at 9 seconds flat. Pair of race bikes will go up against a pair of street bikes. One of them moves on to the final. One of them has to wait until round 10 tonight. Al Lamond to the final round. Bill McDonald taken out of competition in the semifinals. That brings up Corey Craig. Racing against Tom Turan. The Spectra Motorsports Black Lightning Hayabusa. Going up against the Daytona Motorsports Kraken for the GSXR. Headed up by Turan on the Lordco side. Turan pre-staged. Craig pre-staged. Both riders away on the green. Quarter mile. Turan hangs on. So Al Lamond versus Tom Turan in the final for a Wally. It's a very healthy motorcycle field we got this afternoon. Really pleased to see that. It's been a lot of great competition so far throughout the day. Had a wild run of Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket eliminations. Oh, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, you are late. Hot Rod, you're officially late if you're not down there. Hot Rod, you're next. You need to go. Once again, if you want to make a run tonight in race 2 of our program, you have to pay to get in by 3 o'clock today. That is in 40 minutes. Once again, if you have not yet bought into race 2 tonight, you have 40 minutes to do so, or you will not be racing tonight. If you do choose to buy a brand new tech card for tonight, Tony from Tech will be available at the bottom of the timing tower to sign off on it. So just get Tony to sign off on your new updated tech card, and you'll be good to go. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors to the lanes. Juniors, come on up to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That's Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. We'll also put Sportsman on a standby call. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call.
Well, here we are in round number next of Hot Rod. Round number 2, I'm told. So the Heart of Rose getting backed up after the burnout. Jamie Wellwood over there in the right-hand lane. Rob Monroe, Towerside. 1969 Acadian. So Rob dialed in at 10:56. Wellwood dialed in at 8:02. A little over 2.5 seconds separate them by the dials. Oh, well, that did not go well for Jamie. Rolls through the beams. So Rob Monroe moving on to round number 3. Goes 1060 on the 1056. That brings up our next pair. Roy Roman, the Trick or Treat Rambler. I've not seen this car out in some time. I'm going to kind of guess he's getting ready for the old time drags. So Randy Hermsen in the big Oldsmobile leads the way, dialed in 1395. Does he hang on? Yes, he does. 1404, good enough. Hermsen with a big advantage on the starting line. He was pretty awesome with an 011 light. So we'll see the big black Oldsmobile coming back in round number 3. Now John Sayer and Rob Hodgson, couple of Mopars. Sayer, Towerside in the purple Dart. 1968. Rob Hodgson in the 67 Belvedere. At the finish line, it is Rob Hodgson moving on. Takes 23 at the stripe to be 75 with a 4 on the 1075 dial. Sayer had the starting line advantage, but could not convert that into a win light at the finish line. Now Jim Benke and Greg Dawson. Benke, let's go. The big Pontiac way, way out in front, but here comes the CUDA. Jim Benke's getting it done on a double breakout. Greg Dawson gets to the stripe first by 21 thou, but in doing so is well under the 1209 dial. Benke follows, also under, but gets the win light, and he'll be moving on. So no Dustin Hunter in the right lane. Chris Stone goes trip zip with a 4 all by himself. Then 986 with a 5 on the 984 dial. So congrats going out to Chris Stone. Trip zip. Nice job. Now Matt Warner with the bye. So Matt Warner goes 1057. 123 miles an hour. Started things off with an 014 light. Nice job. That's going to bring up Junior Street. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the rear of the lanes to be laddered. Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsman to the rear of the lanes to be laddered. And with that, we'll give Pro Bracket a standby call. So Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes. Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket, standby call. So, Junior Street, we've got James and we've got Josephine. Josephine in the right lane, dial 1082. James over here, tower side, behind the wheel of the Nissan, dialed in at 1010. So, the battle of the pickup trucks. Wind light comes on, tower side, 1016 on the 1010 dial, good enough to get the job done. James had the starting line advantage. And he'll be moving on to what I believe will be the final round. Tyler will be his opponent. So Tyler on a single, right-hand side of the racetrack. 1110 the dial. Cut a 40 light to start things off. Then goes 1110 with a 1. On the 11-0 dial, I initially said he was dialed 1110. He's dialed 11 flat. My mistake. And that's going to do it for Junior Street. We've got our final round set up. So Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you have been called to the rear of staging. Pro Bracket competitors, you should be ready to go. So once again, Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Now, Adam and Cadence. Cadence in the right lane. Out of Chilliwack. Adam over here in the tower lane out of Maple Ridge. Just 5/100ths of a second will separate them by the dials. Cadence should be leaving first, dialed in at 895. Adam, dialed 890. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Adam lights the third bulb. Now Cadence is in. And Adam is moving on. 904 on the 890 dial. Had the starting line advantage. Cadence comes up 892 on the 895 dial. Got to the stripe first. But it was Adam with the win light, so we'll see him come back. Now Bentley and Adeline. Adeline in the right lane, dialed 892. Bentley, tower side, dialed 890. So just 200s difference by the dials. The handicap on the starting line will be very small. So one of these two drivers with a sizable reaction time advantage back here on the starting line. And that went your winner's way. Bentley with an 043 light, then 894 on the 890 dial gets the job done. Once again, Adeline finds herself underneath the prediction, 889 on the 892. That'll set up Hunter for a bye. So Hunter over in the right lane, just about set to stage the car. Oh, pre-stage bulb comes on. Now staged. Turns it red by 23 thou, but that's all good. When you got the bye, you can do stuff like that. One above, 894 on the 893 dial. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. This is your call to the staging lanes. To be laddered. Pro Bracket to the rear of the lanes to be laddered. And Rad Torque System Super Pro, you are on standby. So standby call to Super Pro. Pro Bracket, we need you now. Pro Bracket to the rear of the lanes for laddering, please. And with that, I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Nolan.
So Lincoln taking over the points lead and after the last round of eliminations when Nick got knocked out of competition. He'll go in 797, 81 miles an hour for the bye run. We will now move on to Lexi and Jackson, the next pair. Hobo Racing to Bowtie Ventures is Lexi dials in at 818. Jackson for JBS Equipment. Grandpa Napa Auto Parts, Titanium Auto Group, and Bubba Speed Shop dials in at 852. Lexi's already pre-staged. Jackson bumping forward. Lexi waiting patiently as both racers move their way forward that next 6 inches. So Lincoln faces off against Jackson in the final as Lexi goes under the dial by 17 thousandths of a second. Tough break there for Lexi, who is down and out. Jackson will move on. I see Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman at the quarterfinal round, waiting around the corner. About to get back to full-size car racing to the quarter mile. Richard Love going to be up next out of Asoyas. For Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports, and his S10 dials in at 1237. Ray Sylvia Hookstons' Mustang dialed in at 1286. Hookstons turns it red by 1,000th of a second, disqualifying herself, and Richard Love gets that free pass into the next round. Bring up Kevin McCauley for the BDL Automotive Old School Cutlass, dials into the 1180. He races Matt Warner for the Linden Service Center Dodge, dialed in at 1213. Matt Warner getting out in front. Kevin McCauley seeing if he can't get out there as well. It goes 12, 14, 100 miles an hour. McCauley goes 1184 at 112. Bringing up Greg Dawson and Bill Wells. The Pontiac dials in at 1205. Identical dial in to Bill Wells, who is not present. The Malibu having problems. Down and out. Put Dawson to the semis. And that will leave Nick Douglas.
Final call for pro.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, final call. Bubba Speed Shop, final call for Pro Bracket. Nick Douglas will take the bye run. Trip zip with a 3. Another perfect light, 1253 at 108 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro. We need Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the lanes. Stand by for motorcycles. That is Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the lanes. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles, come on up to lane 1. Hot Rod, you're on standby. That is motorcycles to lane 1. Hot Rod, you're on standby. John DeBack brings up the Rad Torque Systems cold front S10, dialed in at 1063. Wayne Douglas beside him in the dart out of Lynn Hood, Washington. Dials in at 1085. John DeBack chasing after Wayne Douglas, trying to get around him up at the quarter-mile mark. Top end, 4th now. Give it to John DeBack. Takes that one into the semifinal round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we are still looking for Super Pro. You're up next, you're up quick. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Alan Bertoldi brings up the Dodge, dials in at 1220. The race Dylan Scott dialed at 1028. The Baja North Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle off and away. Bertoldi gets in there, knocks out Dylan Scott. Bring up Lorenz Schwartz and Robert Gillick. 1029 of the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Monte Carlo. to 1085 at in the 2009 Dodge Challenger. Gillick with problems, and the Challenger going to be slowing, coasting Schwartz to the semis. Gillick takes that one, and he'll be having to try again in race 2 tonight. Bring up Dave Jung and Art Kirby. Lordco Auto Parts Camaro versus 1965 Ford Falcon 1104 to an 1190. Top end. Kirby gets there first. Kirby goes under the dial. Jung to the next round. That does it for the quarterfinals for Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Next up, it'll be Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling the Old Car Center Hot Rod back to the lanes. Old Car Center Hot Rod, come on up, back to the lanes. Juniors, you're on standby. All right, Jason Gibson and Kevin McNichol in the water box. Next round of Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Quarterfinal round. One of these drivers faces Jeremy Soares in the semifinals. Both cars away on green lights. The Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, Jim Benke Racing Nova trying to stay in front. And on a double breakout, he's going to get it ahead of Jason Gibson. brings up Craig Johnson and Mike Robinson. One of these drivers, this is a big one here. One of these drivers gets a free pass into the final round with the bye in the semis. Craig Johnson has had a very up and down season so far in Super Pro. He has won one race, but he has gone out in round one in every other race this season. So he has definitely been a hero or zero type of season for the Malibu wagon, trying to see if maybe this time he could take that second win. Both races away. A 001 light chasing an 015. Double breakout. Johnson's out. Robinson moving on to the semifinal round. And that puts him into the final against either Kevin McNichol or Jeremy Soares. Soares with the bye run. He'll move on to the semis. All right, the first final of the afternoon from Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Tom Turan brings up the Daytona Motorsports Boulder Designs GSXR. The Kraken ready to do battle against the Thrifty's Machine Shop ZRX. Tom Turan versus Al Oman, 868 to an 899. One of them takes a Wally at the end of the night. One by one they stage. We're off! Turan goes red! Oman walks away with the Wally and Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Red on the tree, just 12 thousandths of a second. He is going to be kicking himself for that one, but Oman walks away with a Wally in one of his first big appearances in 2024 at the Titanium Strip. So since we are rolling into the finals, I feel like this is about as good a time as ever to notify all drivers that we will be conducting winner interviews for both races for the winners at the end of the night. So that will be after race 2. We will be interviewing all of the racers that have won races in both races 1 and 2 today. If you do want a picture of you with your Wally in the winner's circle before that, we are more than able to do so. So once again, photos with your Wally trophies will be available. But we'll be saving all of the winner interviews for the end of the night. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 3 and 4. And then Sportsman, you're on standby. Rob Monroe Jr., Jim Banky running down track as we roll into the Hot Rod quarterfinals. By 300ths, Jim Banky knocks out Rob Monroe Jr. He is moving on. We will move on to Matt Warner and Rob Hodgson. 1058 to a 1075. The Dodge going up against the Mercury. Oh, Warner spins the wheels. Could that cost him a Wally today? Top end of the racetrack, and it will not. Rob Hodgson goes under the dial. Got there by over a tenth. He pushed too hard, though. Matt Warner will move to the semifinals. Bring up the bye. Randy Hermson in the Wing Behemoth Oldsmobile. Chris Stone firing down track. He'll move on into the next round of competition as Randy Hermsen turns on the red light. So Stone will move into the semifinals as well. And we have your semifinal rounds set. Hermsen will have to try again. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need sportsman to the rear of stage to be laddered. Pro, you're on standby. Sportsman to the rear of stage to be laddered. Pro, you're on standby. Here we go, your second final of the day. This one for Junior Street Wally. Tyler and James about to go head to head. And James goes red. Tyler wins his third race in a row. He's gone for the hat trick. His second points paying race in a row. And this one nets him a Wally. Bentley takes the half-scale dragster down track as he roll into the Junior Thunder semifinal round. He will roll into the finals. Now the big question, who will he face? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to the rear staging to be laddered. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to the rear staging to be laddered. Super Pro, you're on standby. Hunter T chasing his first win of the season. He has not made it further than round 2 all season long. He is looking to go into the finals today, but he's got a big name with Adam ahead of him. Adam, who is, of course, a finalist from the last points paying race we held for the Junior Thunder category. But Adam's going to go out with a red light. Hunter T into his first final of 2024. Good show for Hunter T as he will look set to try and take his not only his first win on the season, but have it be a Wally as well. We roll back to Junior Lightning, our third final of the day. Lincoln and Jackson. Titanium Auto Group, JBS Equipment. JBS being represented on both sides. On top of that for Jackson, he wants to thank Napa Auto Parts, Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and Grandpa. 798 to an 852. Lincoln looking to take a big win this afternoon. Lincoln chasing his second win of the season. Jackson chasing his first. One of them walks away with a Wally. For those curious, there are t-shirts being sold all throughout the Junior Dragster pits for $25 a piece. This one for the 8th mile. This is going to be close. Only 1,000 of a second separate them onto the tree. Lincoln breaks out. Jackson takes his first win of the season, and he'll take a Wally to boot. Give a Wally to Jackson. What a drive. Lincoln under by 0.04 of a second. He breaks out at the top end, and Lincoln left wanting with that second win. There will be more throughout the season, but for now, Jackson can celebrate as a Wally winner. We will bring up Nick Douglas. We'll bring up Richard Love. Sportsman, semifinals on the line. The 2023 Charger dials in at 12:57. Richard Love's Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10 dials in at 12:30. Red light start for Richard Love. Nick Douglas, your defending champion, is into the final round. That'll bring up Greg Dawson trying to face off against Matt Warner. The Pontiac dials in at a 12:06. Warner for the Linden Service Center Dodge Dart takes up the spot at a 12:10. Warner trying to see if he can't take out Greg Dawson. He will on a double breakout. Matt Warner taking that one in force as Greg Dawson goes way too quick. Put Warner into the final against Douglas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, we need you back to the lanes. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Super Pro to the lanes, Hot Rod on standby. Speed Shop Pro Bracket semifinals underway. On the first pair, John Tabak takes out Lorenz Schwartz. Tabak into the final, in it to win it for a Wally. Rat Toy Systems Cold Front S10 will knock out the Titanium Model Group and Bubba Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo. Bring up Alan Bertoldi in the 2000 Dodge, dialed in at 1222. He'll race against Dave Jung's Lordco Auto Parts Camaro, dialed in at 1184 for the back half of the semifinal round. Camaro in hot pursuit of the Dodge. Seeing what Jung can do up at the top end of the racetrack. Gets him on a breakout. Bertoldi goes too quick. And Jung is into the final against John Tabak. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to the lanes. We need Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, come on up to the lanes. Tom Katnick once again brings up that door slammer Camaro. The last pass went 214 miles an hour. Getting pretty darn close to Greg field speed, so that car is definitely tuned up. $200-mile-an-hour door slammer ready to make another testing hit down track. Still trying to see if he can battle through some of that tire shake that he's been struggling with in these last few testing hits. His last pass, despite some problems off the line, still went 214 miles an hour. Oh, that's a lot worse tire shake than it was the first time. Tries a second time to get into the throttle, and by the third time, not going to happen. Still goes 201, though. 772. I mean, Put your hands together for Tom Kapnick, guys. I mean, that is absolutely phenomenal, the job that that crew is doing. The fact that that car can run those speeds with those types of problems off the line is nothing short of spectacular. I can promise you that car has got a lot more pace underneath it. So our first half of the semifinal round, it's Mike Robinson of the JS Power Sports JBS Equipment Roadster. Dials it in at 9:21 with a bye run straight into the final round. .924, 137 miles an hour. He'll face off against either Kevin McNichol or Jeremy Soares. The Soares Transportation dragster will be looking to go up against Kevin McNichol for the Rat Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil Gibson Transmissions, Jim Banky Racing, Chevy Nova, 1010 to a 748. McNichol away, Soares away. The dragster chasing down Kevin McNichol at the top end of the racetrack. Jeremy Soares moving to the final against all of a sudden the name eludes me, but against the Ford Roadster. So Jeremy Soares going to move on. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the lanes, Hot Rod. Once again, we are calling you to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're the next ones up. We need you in the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All finalists still in competition. You can come on down to the lanes. All finalists still in competition. You can come on down to the lanes. All finalists to the lanes. ASAP. We've called all finalists back to the lanes. All finalists, you should be making your way back to the lanes ASAP. We are looking to roll straight into the next round of competition from this one. So as soon as our finals get wrapped up, we'll be rolling straight into qualifying for the second race of the day. All right, we are into the hot rod final. Matt Warner for the Linden Service Center Mercury going up against Chris Stone for the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart. Two green lights. Stone chasing off after the Mercury. Looking to see who comes out on top. And Chris Stone, for the first time, takes his win. Well, he'll move his way into the final. Getting a bit ahead of myself. When we make the call for all finalists, I immediately think, oh, we must be in the finals for everything. So look at that. Look at me being silly. Jim Benke will be facing off against Chris Stone in the final. That's going to be a good matchup, folks. Jim Benke to go up against Chris Stone. That'll be a wild one. So Matt Warner's elusive third win will remain on the boards for the next race. So I believe now everything should be in the final round. Still have yet to be wrapped up. We, of course, have Junior Thunder. We've got Sportsman. We've got Pro. We've got Super Pro. And now we have Hot Rod as well. We have called all finalists back to the lanes ASAP. So we can look to get the second race of the day kicked off. I see half of the Junior Thunder final being pushed around the corner. Again, we are calling all finalists back to the lanes. All finalists ASAP back to the lanes, please. We got a second race to run tonight. I'm sure a lot of your fellow competitors would love to get going. All right, here we go. Junior Thunder final coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Neither of these drivers has gotten a win under their belts. So this will be, no matter what, a first win of 2024 for both drivers. Two green lights. This race for the 8th. One of these races will get their first win of the season and a Wally to boot It'll go to Bentley as Hunter breaks out by just 2 thou. Bentley moving on, and he will take home a Wally and his first race win of the season. Phenomenal drive from everybody all around. Hunter G able to still walk away with a solid runner-up prize at the end of it. But Bentley will get all the glory with the Wally. In the pits, attention in the pits, we have made the call for all finalists to the lanes. We're going to direct that specifically to Super Pro and Hot Rod finalists. We need Super Pro and Hot Rod finalists to the lanes. We roll to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Dave Jung, John Tabac. Lordco Auto Parts Camaro dialed in at 11:05. Rad Torch Systems and Cold Front S10 dialed in at 10:61. John Tabac currently runner-up in the points, and this should put him pretty close, if not into the points lead. He'll go red, though, and that'll put Dave Jung straight through and into the Wally. So Dave Jung takes it away. Hail Wim, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. off of a fairly wild ride there in the final. That leads us to Sportsman, where Nick Douglas, your 2023 defending champion, trying to go up against Matt Warner. The Linden Service Center dart dials in at 1210 to Nick Douglas's 1261. Two green lights. Battling it out for a Wally at the quarter mile. Taking it. Double breakout. Goes the way of Warner. Matt Warner wins a Wally, your defending champion, taken out in the final round. Great run there from Matt Warner. It was 086 under for Nick Douglas, 062 under from Matt Warner. So give it up for the Linden Service Center Dodge Dart. Coming under the bridge, you got your Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Final, where Jeremy Soares gets set to go up against Mike Robinson. The Soares Transportation and Quick Tech Race Cars camera dragster dials in. 7:48. Meanwhile, Mike Robinson dials his JBS equipment, JS Power Sports Ford Roadster in at a 9:23. Both cars away. Soares chasing down Robinson to the quarter mile. Mike Robinson fends him off, and Robinson wins a Wally. Soares left wanting. Mike Robinson drives that one home. Beautiful reaction time on that one, 0:34, and he was only 11th out off the dial, went 9:24 on the 9:23. Beautiful run for Robinson, and it's enough to net him a Wally. That takes us to the Old Car Center Hot Rod Final. Boy, where have we seen this before? Jim Banky versus Chris Stone. This is a battle of the heavyweights. Rad Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating, along with Titanium Auto Group, representative of the Plymouth Barracuda. Well, Banky's ready to go. He's dialed in at a 10:15. Chris Stone takes the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart, dialed in at a 9:82. Jim Banky has not had good luck so far this season. He has been chasing that first win in pro that he still remains wanting on. He has still not gotten a win yet in Hot Rod as well. Both cars away. Banky with the whole shot on the tree. Quarter mile. Banky finally breaks the losing streak. He'll take the win in Old Car Center Hot Rod, and he will take home a Wally. So that does it. Our Wally race is concluded. Once again, we will be interviewing all of the winners of that Wally race at the end of the night. If you do want to get your photos taken, we are more than happy to do that ahead of time. But all winners' interviews will be done at the end of the night. We are going to make sure that everything is touched up on the racetrack, and then we'll get back at it for qualifying. We have the same run order for race 10, our second race of the day. We'll start with Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, then Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Motorcycles, and Hot Rod. With the exception of there being only one qualifier. That's right, there is only one qualifying hit for the second race. So if you want to get a qualifying hit in, you got to do it on the first one. You will not get a second attempt. Once again, we're going to be down for a bit. When we return, it's back to qualifying for the second race of the day.